Oh. Wow. What is up? We have Trump and South Africa moment. Okay. Holy shit. This is going to be the Fred movie of our generation. Or I guess of your generation. I want to break up with my girlfriend, but she promised to buy me a house. What do I do? What do you mean? What do you do? Wait for her to buy you the house and then dump her after. Duh.
Bruh.
It's great.
Getting our daily links set up. Hold on. Oh, we already saw this. Nate Shot had a PewDiePie moment.
Did you?
Final score 2-2-1.
Oh, wait, that looks really bad, bro. Ooh, shit. Ooh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa.
2-1.
Fuck, am I too internet brain? Or no, Nate Shot's played probably more games that use the N-word than me. That's not even the right number of letters for the N-word. It doesn't make sense. Come on. 3 months old. Weak. Okay, if this was sent to me, I'm assuming I'm allowed to show this, so if I'm not, get fucked. Wait, why is it so hard to just find a... Right, click, copy, link. Okay, no, whatever. What? Oh, never mind. I can't show it. Okay. Are you ever going to set up your stream OBS the way Hassan has with the full browser window being shown on the side instead of chat and your face cam covering part of it? I mean, I kind of do that now with the way this is set up. Like if we're watching stuff, this is more or less the same thing, no? What is it about? Oh, Gems are just making cute ads for the... for the little puppet dude. I don't know how to copy paste the fucking message though on Discord. It's part of another message. Usually you can right click and there's like a link to the message. I don't know why I can't do this. Wait, okay, yeah, no, I can't. Isn't it pronounced Jamzar? Wait, what? When are you gonna start TikTok debating? I don't know. Either in a few days or when I come... Oh, fuck. Have I told you guys? Are you ready to be rocked? I'm going on a... gonna be gone for a long time. They got me, boys. I'm going into the slammer. No, not actually, but wait, actually, I'm not sure if I should say this. I'll be vague. Nathan's school is doing a like a politically oriented field trip, and I'm going to be doing that for like 5 days. So my last day stream will be the 25th, and then I'll be back on the 2nd, I think. I love you guys. I'm so sorry. Five days isn't that long. You made it sound like 3 months. I feel like taking 6 or 7 days off streaming is a lot, but... This is probably one of the most autistic responses I've ever seen in my life to a Reddit post. Hold on. We need to have a virgin mode, a virginity mode. Jader, add this so that when I type in /virginity or /Chad, we only get people who aren't fucking virgins commenting, okay? No offense to anybody who is. I went too far and now regretting it. ... Basically, I, 23-year-old male, was drunk and my friend, 24-year-old woman, was also drunk. We live far away from each other and we're FaceTiming and just chatting and drinking. Long story short, one thing leads to another, and we masturbated on FaceTime and decided we need to meet to have sex in real life. I'm now regretting it because I wasn't feeling straight. I like her and I want her, but I value our friendship more. Now, even though it would be cringy, I could try to walk it back and say I'm sorry and let's forget about it. I think if we go through with it, the friendship is over 100%. What do you think, people? I really need an advice right now. ... So... what makes you think the friendship would be over? I personally think that since the feelings were romantic but sexual, we would kind of use each other. I don't know. I don't like objectifying people, and it's generally not in my rules to sleep with somebody unless the feelings are heavily involved. It's not using if you're both on the same page. Discuss it and definitely don't move forward with it if you're not comfortable, but don't dismiss it outright just because. I definitely am not comfortable with how it worked out. This was the first response. Second response is 2 questions. Why do you think having sex will 100% end the friendship? And 2, why do you think that rejecting her after doing what you've already done will not end the friendship? Sex will ruin the friendship because he doesn't want to have sex with her. He obviously doesn't see her that way. Wait. Oh. No. Oh, fuck. Okay, never mind. I was going to go on a story rant, and now it's ruined. Never mind. This was the most upvoted comment before. Dude's going to be on here in 3 years talking about how he married his best friend after telling all of Reddit's nightmare story. TLDR, you're going to marry her. You may as well just text her. Well, that's embarrassing. Should we just get married now, or do we need to date for a few months first? Name one of your kids after me, thanks. So the overwhelming sentiment in this thread was that the guy was just being too cautious and they're going to love each other and it's going to be great and all of that bullshit. But the vibe I get from reading this is that this guy is 0% interested in this girl romantically, and he got a little bit horny and made a bad decision, and he knows that if they engage sexually, she's going to become super romantically attached to him, and he is never going in that direction. I think that was the very obvious read from this. I think it's very obvious when you read comments, but, well, now these guys are all upvoted, and now I feel like now I can't soy rant about it. But the all of the comments were like, oh no, bro, like everything will be fine. Don't stress it. Like, I'm sure she'll like you too, and everything will be good. And yeah, I was like, damn, the comments here are hardcore missing. I think what's actually happening, but never mind. Sort by top, not best. Oh, is this on set to best? What the fuck is best? It's some bastard hybrid of like top and hot, and it's just bad. Oh, God. Oh, maybe this one is a little bit. Is it possible to regain your virginity in theory? I don't know. Maybe be like a Ship of Theseus thing. Like, say you have sex with somebody, but then you get like a penis replacement. Is that penis a virgin? And therefore, are you a virgin? Do you think that Op is aware that he's doing that? Oh yeah, Op is definitely aware that he is not into her romantically.
I'm sure there's
Genuine question. How does Mega reconcile calling South Africa genocide but refuse to call Israel Palestine genocide? Not that I necessarily agree with labeling both this. I just don't know enough about South Africa to have a strong comment on it, so I don't even want to. I don't want to like make any big statements about it. I just don't know. Don't they say that after 7 years, your body has completely regenerated new cells? Yes, I learned that in a House episode. And I probably read it before somewhere too. But I also don't know if that's true. Like, do neurons actually divide? And do neurons undergo mitosis? Because that'd be kind of weird, right? If they were... If they did? Because they have to remember stuff, right? Did you finish Factorio? I sure did. I feel free. I feel freed. I'm sure Mag will start caring about South Africa now. Maybe. I miss researching stuff, actually. I super miss reading. We'll go back to reading that book at night, but just like researching in depth for stuff. The Israel-Palestine stuff was fun. I just don't know what subject matter. We get better at like taking notes and everything too. Fuck me. I did a Piers episode this morning. I didn't even talk much though. I was just triggered the whole time and seething. Such a stupid list of topics about like, is there a huge conspiracy to hide Biden's mental, or no, Biden's cancer, and just a bunch of people saying retarded shit about medicine in general. You see who else was on it? A brown guy Mawa. I can't pronounce his name at all. I don't know. I heard his name a few times, but I don't remember what it was. And then it was Michael Knowles and Dave Rubin. Please research South Africa. I don't even know who. I just feel like that's such a fucking cancer AIDS. It might be good to have the history on like apartheid and everything. And Nelson Mandela seems like a genuinely interesting, cool character. For the little bit that I learned about Martin Luther King and how he did things, I feel like my life was personally enriched a bit by that, unironically. So maybe Mandela's an inspiring figure as well. I don't. I mean, obviously it's said all the time, but I don't know anything personally. Like I haven't personally researched him at all. Majid Nawaz. Is that it? Or is it Mahid? Majid? Oh, actually, that would unironically be a better thing to do. You should research the Balkans and the breakup of Yugoslavia. I actually think that I have like a intuition that that might be like one of the most important geopolitical things in like the past several decades, because you have, I think it's one of the, or maybe the first huge conflict post Soviet Union breakup. You have the breakup of an actual country into other countries. You have huge NATO mission, UN involvement, potentially the first individual convictions of people, I think, held responsible for genocidal acts, I think. I think the Yugoslavia thing is a big one. I think that might be good to go through, yeah. Quick quiz. How did Yugoslavia form? I think when your mom got cummed in by 7 different people and she spat out a bunch of world babies. I have no fucking idea, bro. I don't know. Oh, this guy. Wait, is this the guy? Hold on. No, it absolutely was not this guy. Whoever said it was this guy. It was a Democrat or a liberal or a left person. World babies, let me know what the fuck. I feel like I heard that joke on the Mom skit with Sam Hyde. Did he say that? Oh, the Cuban history stuff would be good too. So I could know more about my peoples. Instead of whatever propaganda my mom told me, and then whatever anti-propaganda I looked up.
They're on fire in 1999.
Hey, yo.
My wife is Croatian, and I've been to Bosnia and Croatia a few times now. The history there is really interesting, and a strong religious slash ethnic or ethical slash economic considerations. Okay. Sorry if this wasn't already brought up, but didn't Hassan Don't Cedar Me Bro join a live stream with band Bad Empanada according to the Twitch account on his Ko-Fi? Is Bad Empanada banned from Twitch? Is that true? Recent picture of Brock Lesnar's daughter. Is Brock Lesnar's daughter trans, or is this just a buff woman? I don't keep up with all the trans people. I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know the one. Nick Mulvaney, is that a trans man or trans woman, or is that just like a bi person? No, she's just a genetic freak. Oh, based. I've lived in Bosnia for 10 years, Destiny. The people the next village over are savages. Based. Sounds like Israel-Palestine. This is them together. What is this? This must be like a track and field thing. Okay, here's a question. When people did athletics in high school, there were seasons for different sports, obviously. It was shot put? Okay. Or shot put. There were different seasons for different sports, and it was expected, I think, of you to do off-season sports. So like, I don't remember the seasons, but like if you played football, for instance, when the football season wasn't on, you were expected to be doing like track or something like that. Does this sound right? Am I making this up? Do you guys, does this sound like a real thing? Say yes. Okay, thank you. Don't you dare question mark me, you fucking cuck. Okay, some people are saying yes, some people are saying no. Well, fuck you. I don't know if it'd be track specifically, but you were expected to do like another sport. But if you guys are saying no, maybe that was just my school. Because my next question was going to be, if you were like a star track runner, like let's say you broke records doing track, would you also be like breaking records in other sports, or were high school students usually just specialized? But okay, but it sounds like that wasn't that common, so never mind. What do you mean expected? As in, I feel like at least in my high school, they took football really seriously. And I feel like if you were on the football team, you were expected. But that doesn't even make sense now that I'm thinking about it, because football was an all-year thing. There were games all year. No, there weren't. There weren't games in like the winter, right? Because it's like snowing and shit. But you can't do track in the winter. Or no, I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting old. Wait, prep schools do usually. They have it as a norm. Oh, maybe it was a prep school thing then. There are games in the winter, like until November for regular season.
We'll have 2 flags. The first flag will have 13 jumpers.
For shot put, is it just gender divisions, or do they have are there like weight classes or anything for this event? Shot put has no weight classes, just gendered stuff. Okay, damn. Is this a thing, or do they have this sport so that you're not like killing yourself? Is this bad for your arm over time? I heard that like pitching in baseball is actually like really bad for your shoulder or for something, that it's just like not healthy for you, and that over time you'll always like hurt yourself and shit. I don't know how true that is. Did you never join marching band? Fuck no. I think I mentioned this before. Huh. Come at me, UNO. I got credit for marching band and university band. I signed up for those classes in college, and I didn't show up on day one, which is apparently when they take attendance and then they figure out who's supposed to be there, and I never showed up ever. And I got like 2 years of credits for both of those things. Fuck yeah. Read the first reply. I have a dream. Who is this? Am I supposed to know? You could do less than a week of research on the troubles in Northern Ireland. The pro-Palis bring that up a lot. Yeah, the weird IRA people have like aligned themselves with the Palestinian people, but I feel like that would be a waste of time. Everything I've seen about IRA related stuff just makes them seem like very shitty people, like almost like worse than Hamas. Not in terms of like the overall damage, but in terms of like legitimacy of their cause and like just terrorism. It just seems like really shitty. But maybe that's just too much of a premature opinion. I don't know. It just seems like a really, really, really crazy dog shit group of people. But bro, you were paying for classes you weren't going to? I was getting credit for them, dog. Pitching is bad because you whip your arm with a crazy extra force, not the same as shotgun. It's the whip motion that fucks you. Yeah. That's what I was. That's why I was wondering for like shot put. Is this like I wonder if there's like a healthier, natural arm movement, because it doesn't. Maybe. Do you ever turn your alarm off while sleeping so you oversleep? No, I don't usually have that problem. The biggest problem that I usually have is sometimes if I'm tired and I go to set my alarm, this is the worst fucking feeling in the world, is setting the alarm for PM instead of AM. Isn't all sports at this high levels kind of shit for you because of the repetitive motion and the limits you push? I wouldn't be able to tell you actually for Olympic level stuff. I don't know if the Olympic sports are healthier for you in general than other types, but yeah, generally when you hit like elite levels of competitiveness at any sport, like there's drawbacks to your health. But but like you got to consider that if we're talking about like health drawbacks, if this is like a person with, like if we had like a baseline for human health and you take like a child and there's like a person with no training, and they're like, that's like not good. And then if you take a person who is like, you know, we'll say like active and like, you know, does, you know, at least like walks or whatever. Yeah. And then you get older and whatever. And then if you take a person who does like serious like strength and conditioning, then you have like, hopefully like something like this. I think when you hit like, when you do like these like elite level sports, like your health can suffer, but like the suffering is probably something like that a little bit. I don't know. Like an elite level swimmer might be slightly less healthy than somebody who's just like a very, very adept swimmer, but all of them are going to be significantly healthier than somebody who doesn't do any physical activity at all, whatever. There are no movements in elite sports that are optimized for long-term health and safety. They are optimizing for performance. Shot put motion is trying to maximize distance, and the ball is much heavier. That's the only reason they move like that. It has nothing to do with what motion is safer. Sure. But I wouldn't. I just don't know if like maybe maybe for the Olympics, since the Olympics are philosophically supposed to be like an honorific tribute to human whatever bullshit. Maybe they just chose motions that were healthy or something. But I don't know. Maybe not. I have no idea. I was watching the Pirate software react, and you were talking about how writing down your thoughts is important to help you examine them. I was wondering, do you have an internal monologue? Yeah, but an internal monologue, right? Nothing is better than just writing stuff down to keep track of it. Just helps you keep track of stuff way better. Is she aiming for the Olympics? I have no idea. Fuck. I saw that Wick and Andrew Wilson want to do a boxing thing. I don't feel strong for Wick here. But also Andrew Wilson accepted. I don't know. The only thing that, the thing that was weird is I saw this Twitter combo last night, and Wick proposed a date of June 28th, That's like 1 month. Damn, that's a very short amount of time. But I don't know like the relative ages or sizes of either of these people, so. Andrew Wilson is super out of shape, no conditioning, no strength. Wick will win with retard strength alone. Is Wick like an in-shape person? Andrew Wilson has no gas tank. Bro is a decades-long smoker. Won't last 30 seconds. Yeah, but I mean, nobody really has a gas tank for fucking boxing if you haven't trained for it, right? Wick is 7 feet tall. Ezra Klein name dropped you? I hope it was positive. Small seed to mentally get a break to reduce chance of repetitive motion injuries, but it's also very dependent from person to person. I know people within my sport that took 2 to 3 months completely off and just did another sport. Gotcha. Maybe I'm crazy, but doesn't free shit like boosters increase healthcare insurance premiums? Like a thrice infected 30-year-old probably doesn't need boosters, or am I crazy? When you say boosters, do you mean like vaccine boosters? My guess is they'd probably reduce your insurance premium because getting vaccinated is significantly cheaper than dealing with the actual illness. I'm sure there's some cost benefit, like 150 but it's probably a lot. Like 1,000 vaccines probably cost the same as the treatment for one serious illness or something, would be my guess. Why did Wilson miss the debate? I think he just wasn't happy with the prompts, but the organizers weren't happy because they felt like he agreed and then he backed out. So I don't know. What's your response to Pac-Man dropping out of your event? It's pretty cringe, but what are you gonna do? I feel like that's the medical waste you talk about. I don't know if I ever talk about medical waste. The thing is I don't know, like when you say an infected person not getting a booster, I don't know how you would even figure out who gets the booster or not, or who is infected. That's like an issue. Because if you're going to say, well, you can test people to see if they were infected, I'm shooting in the dark so much. But my guess is like one lab test on a person is probably the equivalent medical expenditure of like 100 shots or something, or 100 vaccines. That'd be my guess. Maybe if somebody was like already prior tested and had a disease, I feel like that should be valid, submittable stuff. I think that was probably one of the easy gives. Maybe. Oh no, I'd have to think about that again. Fuck, because I keep remembering there's a challenge to that. I was going to say one of the easy gives that the pro-vax side could have given during COVID was like, okay, well, prior infection is just as good as a booster or just as good as having a vaccination. And that way the other side would feel heard. But the only scary thing there, and I don't know if the public health officials ever considered this because I don't think this is a public conversation. The only scary thing there is then all the anti-vaxxer retards would start having COVID parties, 1 trillion% guaranteed they would, so that they could get infected and not have to get a vaccine, which might actually present a greater public health risk. So I don't actually know. Have you ever heard of someone being accused of rape on the astral plane? An Austrian streamer had such an experience and a video about it. One of the big issues about people accusing people of rape on the astral plane is a lot of the people that travel the astral plane in a really adept manner are able to travel usually at least like a couple months into the past. And you ran into this huge scandal where these women would come forth and then they would accuse men of rape. And then all of a sudden the men would have proof that like, oh no, look, here's like literally a written statement saying that she consented to sex at the time. And people investigated this because they were like, okay, well, it's kind of strange that all these astral plane travelers keep getting accused of rape and they have like the most solid evidence ever that they didn't actually rape these women. And what they found out was these guys were just astral plane traveling back into the past, getting consent ahead of time after they'd already raped the person. And then they were presenting this evidence later on. So there's a whole bunch of drama around that in the astral travel. I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm talking. I'm just literally just fucking making shit up. I don't know. I don't believe in astral plane traveling. Stop. Have you had any opportunities to chat with dudes like Curtis Yarvin? I think I missed a debate one time. Was it going to be with Curtis Yarvin at Glink's event? Weren't there legit instances of parties happening with other diseases? Yeah, we had chicken pox parties, and I don't think they did it with the measles, right? There were a couple diseases that people did stuff like that, right? I was arguing with this biscuit writer retard in chat about the karma loans shit, and this motherfucker said, not paying back your loans, whatever they are, is not unethical. Can you please call him a retard in my stead so that it stings him harder? You should pay back your loans. That would be ethical to do it. But this is like a Trump rally victim scenario though. Like if you're Klarna and people aren't paying you back, like they should, but like I don't feel bad. I don't think I feel bad for you if you're not. Like if you're loaning people money to buy burritos, I mean like bruh. The reason you do parties for these is that it's less of a problem to get these diseases when young. Since COVID mutates all the time, it makes zero sense to do this. Maybe, yeah, for some diseases. I would have to check, I don't remember how this works, but like, is shingles when chickenpox comes back as an adult? Or is it if you get chickenpox for the first time as an adult, you get shingles? One of these is really bad, but I don't remember where it comes from. Herpes zoster, or zona, is a viral disease characterized by a painful skin rash with blisters in a localized area. Shingles is caused by the varicella zoster virus. Same one that causes chickenpox. This shit is so cringe because your immune system is, like, in some ways, the immune system is like one of the coolest, conceptually, like, finely tuned things in all of existence. But in other ways, it's actually just like a crazy dude with a machine gun who just comes in and fucking mows shit down. And sometimes there's like a bunch of areas in your body where stuff is just like kind of locked up because it's like, listen, the machine gun man might come by, so he's never allowed to come in here. So you have these immunoprivileged areas of your body, and I think your nervous system, a lot of it, I believe, is immunoprivileged. So one of the big issues with, I think, the herpes virus, and there are other viruses, if they're able to infect or chill in parts of your nervous system, then they can always just kind of like come out and take a peek whenever they want, and then your immune system will swat them down, but you can never actually kill the virus completely because it's hiding in immunocompromised area or immunoprivileged areas. Rabies as well, while it travels to the brain through the nervous system. Yeah, does rabies work its way up through the nervous system? It might, I guess, because it gets into your brain, right? The brain, I think the entire brain is an immunoprivileged area as well, right? Or somewhat immunoprivileged. You have your whole blood-brain barrier. My best friend got shingles in elementary school, and she was sick the entire summer. She got skinny, and she still has shingles scars. How do you get shingles as a kid? Damn. Your friend lost. Genetics. What? Isn't that how they were able to link certain herpes strains with Alzheimer's? I don't know if those, I don't remember what the link was there or not. State Department is no longer following at White House. Why? What happened? Do you remember the House episode where herpes caused some girls cancer to go into remission? I think sometimes you have very weird interactions. I think they talk about this in a few House episodes, but it's a real thing, I think. You can have weird interactions between certain viruses Why is the plural of viruses not like viri or something? You can have certain viruses that interact with certain cancers or other diseases in certain ways to where they can, to say they cancel each other out is a little bit reductionist, but they end up trying to capitalize on the same host, or they fuck with each other in bad ways or something, and then they end up not being optimal. Do you do any rifle mobility, reloading, malfunction drills on the regular? On the regular? No. But I've done a bunch of them in the past at, with a friend who does like training for stuff like that. What is it? Tap rec. Fuck, what was it? Tap rec. Why do I want to say tap rec slide? That wasn't it. What is it? It's tap rec and then do something else. What is the third thing? Oh god, Kenny would kill me if I forgot this. It is slide. Wait, what is this? What are you sliding? Tap rack slide. Tap if you have a jam. Tap rack. What are you sliding? Slide forward? Viri is the plural of man because vir means man. Oh. The bolt. Oh, maybe. Oh, shit. What's your favorite target to shoot at? I like the bad guy holding the lady hostage one. Oh, yeah, I always buy those, and then I just shoot the hostage over and over again. Okay. Oh, I can't touch this on fucking YouTube. Fuck me. I got my cantered sight and all that. How do you travel with this when you're going to like take your rifle with you anywhere, like to the range? Like I feel like if I were to just slide this in a bag, that sight is 100% going to break off. It's an SRO. I don't know if you can fucking see it. That's a fake gun, by the way, YouTube. Wait, can you? No, it's not even in, you can't even see it. It's not even fucking... Oh, a hard-sided case. Have you seen allege that iDubbbz bought a 100,000 likes on the Content Cop H3 vid? Now it's the positive like/dislike ratio. Okay. Buy a proper Pelican case. I just like I want a sling case that I can carry. I don't want to fucking roll around with my fucking rifle. That's so cringe. $20,000 USD for boxing. What were they even... Would they like sell tickets to this? Blood Sports is coming back. Due to the John Wick pistol magazine flick? Yeah, I mean, I know how to do it. I mean, you wouldn't... Like, I've practiced it, but, like, realistically, you're not, like, doing this at the range. But ideally, if you are... if you're being an operator, if you want to reload fast, when your magazine is empty... you don't want to waste time like fiddling with it. One hand, you want to go for your belt to grab your mag. For the other, you want to mag release and just slip it out, and then you bring your other mag up and you like that. But ideally, but it's not. That's not hard to do. You just push the button and then it just, you know. Walk around with a rifle until ICE deputizes you. Behave. True. You don't even flip the pistol. The mag should drop free. I don't know about that. I don't think I have any gun where if I push the mag really... Maybe if you're holding it like exactly straight and then you push the button and you wiggle it a little bit, maybe it will, but it's way more reliable to push the button and flick, I think. Is there any saving Dean, or is he doomed to atone for dropping the N-bomb on Discord as a 16-year-old forever? Also, why is progressive flagellation stadium con? I don't think these people are lost forever. I just think he's a little woke, a little audience captured, and he's capitulating to the wrong people. But I don't think these are like irredeemably fucked up people. Remember what I said about scaling like magnitude, like appropriate magnitude for bad actions? Like, I think Dean and Parker, I think were cringe on this unfuck America shit. I think fucking over Z, I think was really bad. I think this is not, but these are not like, these people are lost to the world forever. Like, they're again, these are like super young people. They can grow and change and all that. Did you see Dean copy your trans take on the Reddit and not have a foundational understanding for a follow-up question? Oh, I saw the Reddit post. I didn't actually click it, though.
Island or whatever you were trying to say is disrespectful. It's I'm not
right now. Crowder says N-word on Piers Morgan show, starting at 7:45. Oh, this poor guy is brought in. Mark is brought in for so many white N-word sayers.
We are not.
Wait, what? Oh no. Do I want to watch this? I'm probably going to agree that it doesn't matter that much, and then it's going to look like I'm backing Steven Crowder.
Wanted to
Well, yeah,
get
but
to the
it's,
point,
it is
but I agree with you.
complicated. It's complicated simply
Well, it's not
because
that complicated. It
well,
is
well, it's
anti-Semitic,
complicated
right?
because the actual lyrics, he would argue, are not anti-Semitic. He's trying to be clever,
Okay.
and I don't think we should give him the pass.
Okay, I agree. I'm trying to create a really, really blatant, obvious analogy here to make a point. So we both agree that it's anti-Semitic. I think it's bad. I think saying Hail Hitler is bad. Okay.
8:25.
That is, Hitler hasn't acted. That's a call to action. Defamation requires damages. And I want to get to this because this does make Hitler is bad. Okay. That is not, however, a violation in any way. Your First Amendment protects it. Now,
How can you be so forgiving of ex people but so petty and burn other people forever with others? I am like the least petty, most forgiving person in the universe. If you think I'm petty, here's the thing. This is a super easy test. If you ever think that I'm being petty about something, then the question should always be, why is Destiny being petty about this person? Because generally when you ask that question, you'll find out that that other person has been unfucking believably unhinged towards me, usually for a long time prior. It's pretty rare that I'm petty. And that's not even like because I'm a good person or I've thought about it. It's just personally, it's really hard for me to hold grudges. I'm like a very much in time kind of person. Like, even if I'm like, God, I hate this motherfucker, I'm gonna hate this motherfucker forever. Okay? Like, I'll go to sleep and I'll wake up and like 3 days later, be like, I don't care that much. And it'd be good content. Who cares? Fuck it. Like, this is like my general, this is my general disposition. You're super fucking petty when it comes to chatters, though. Bro, the biggest fights I would usually get into with all of my mods and with RTBA was usually because I just say, listen, if a guy wants to ban, then fucking unban him. Fuck it, who cares? If he fucks around, then ban him again. This was like the biggest fight I used to have with my mods. I don't know how you could possibly believe that, but... Is no one going to call out this wild pistol claim? Every mag I have ever released drops out easily. I don't believe you. Fucking true, you are petty. You dumped Sitch and Adam over your own drama at the time, but will go to bat for Dean, the white savior? What are you talking about? Adam and Sitch are the ones that stopped talking to me. They're the ones that ducked me. What? They, like, I'm pretty sure that Adam dude literally fucking blacklisted me, and then they kept talking about me all the time. You want to talk about petty? Adam got so ass pain that there was a post on my subreddit or something where somebody said that they were MAGA, or maybe I said I felt like they just covered a little bit too much for MAGA. And then for the rest of the time I ever spoke about them, for months and months, I'd be like, I don't think they're like super MAGA. I just think they're probably further along on that center spectrum than I am, or they're a little bit more generous to MAGA. They're more generous to MAGA than I would be. I think they're too much on that. And they like lost their minds over it. And then their brain got broken on me for years, literally. Like, I think the mag flick is for redundancy. When stuff gets gummed up, the mag while under use. Hold on, now I'm curious. Okay, this dropped. Okay, this one did. Glock drop. Well, hold on. This magazine's also full, though. So this one drops easy. Well, these are all going to drop. Never mind. All of these are going to drop easy. I'll try. I'll do it later. Fuck you. Fully loaded mags drop easily because they're heavier. Holy shit, bro. Really? Okay.
Saying, I would like to, I am calling you to enact what Hitler has enacted. That's a call to action. Defamation requires damages. And I want to get to this because this does matter. Okay? When we're talking about this new song, and as a comedian and as a linguist, I'm going to say the word here so that everybody knows, and that's what you're going to clip. We're looking at words that are offensive, a song that is offensive, but one is a boogeyman word. We have one noun, a verb, and a noun. Okay, we have a noun by itself, contextually. That's bad. Shouldn't say it, but it's not imbued with any power outside of historical context. The last noun, Hitler, is imbued with the power of the verb that precedes it. Hail, to praise, to venerate. That'll get clipped, even though I'm condemning the song as anti-Semitic, and not one person here who would be the victim of a more severe call to action is going to say it's anti-Semitic. I think we're in a silly point in this country when we're pulling this clip to condemn the anti-Semitism here at the studio, and people going, hey, can I get a second cut of that N-word, Hail Hitler? That's the point. It's not genuine.
Would you have used the N-word in the way that you just did if you had a black guest with you?
Like Dr. Hill? Sure.
You would?
Sure. And here's the challenge again.
It's not a challenge.
This is the point. Right? I'm trying to use it as a tool. It's great for broadcast,
God, don't make me do this. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I just super don't give a fuck. Also, it's because I'm a gamer too, and we're just built different.
Between Trump 1 and Trump. In Trump 1, his own staff was willing to tell people all the time that this guy was wrong. He was making crazy arguments. They had to restrain him. Now they see him as kissed by destiny.
Wow, epic, hilarious. Good job, Chatter.
That idiot talks about.
Jeez, why do we have the whole thread on? You guys are so fucking over the top. God damn. Guy will forever be doing damage control for saying the N-word when he was on Discord in 15. He somehow got saved from the pile on there for no reason, for no apparent reason, so he feels the need to be extra performative so that no one drudges up his past. Again, this guy's like 22 years old, okay? Chill. It's okay. Oh, is he 20? Oh, maybe he's 20. I remember we called it. We had a private conversation about that whole N-word arc. Are you available to talk? Yeah, for a short minute, because I got shit I'm supposed to do. What do you got? I'm low on time.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just do something quick then.
Yeah, what do you got?
Longer, but, hey, so, let's see. What are you? I saw you talking about.
Oh, actually, you know what? Fuck it.
prices.
Hold on. I'm not low on time. One sec. Because I can talk to you while I work. That's what I need to do. Hold on. Wait. Oh. Okay. What do you got? Go. Prescription prices.
Okay. No, if you've got the time, we're diving into the Alien Enemies Act. But I already breached the seal on the prescription prices. What do you understand of how the Biden administration was addressing drug prescription prices?
I think they tried to do some price controls, didn't they?
So the stuff that I'm familiar with is in either the Build Back Better or the IRA, the actual base legislative actions during his administration. So he didn't have to do an EO for this.
Mhm.
They made it where now Medicare can
set prices on stuff.
Can negotiate prices.
That's
with,
price setting. I mean,
drug manufacturers.
But yeah.
Well, you're right, but in the sense that what happens there is Medicare acts as the floor, right? So if an employer provides health insurance, it has to be as good or better than the ACA, or else they have to pay the penalty, right? And so you were talking before about I agree with your take on the regional pricing bullshit. That's all stupid. But whenever you look at kind of using Medicare in that way of negotiating the prices and then that creating a floor for other insurance, do you view that as a improper control on the market for prescription prices, or do you think that is fine?
No, I'm not necessarily opposed to all price controls. That's probably okay.
Okay. So unfortunately, recently, not a lot of people heard about this, but there was a case that came out of, I believe it was out of Texas, where they've enjoined they've functionally enjoined the ACA or the HHS from and the IRS from collecting the mandate from employers. So now employers, if they don't offer health insurance, or if they don't offer health insurance as good as Medicare, they're no longer fined by the government. So a lot of people are saying that this is the first leg being swept out from under the ACA. So we're seeing kind of a
this wouldn't be the first. This wouldn't even be the first leg. They already did this once. Remember? Or remember when the ACA came out, there was supposed to be a penalty for people with no health insurance, and they weren't able to get rid of the ACA, but they were able to use the Supreme Court to get rid of the penalty, right?
Right, but that's on individuals, which is part of it, and this is now for employers, which this is a very large amount of that. So we're looking at, like you said, that one and this. Now there's essentially it is people who are unhealthy funding their own health care, right? And there's really not a lot that can support it outside of that. So just thought I'd bring those up. I want to see, because you were talking more just kind of like a general discussion around the price controls for prescriptions. I didn't know if you'd seen any of that stuff, and I feel like you've spoken pretty strongly against price controls.
Yeah,
so
well,
why do
generally
you think that...
price controls are bad. You just have to understand they have distortionary effects on the market. But the market doesn't solve for everything all the time, so sometimes it's worth it to have some price controls. You just have to be aware of what they're doing. People think that the problem with talking about price controls is people think that pharmaceuticals are expensive because companies are greedy, and if we just price control it to be cheaper, we'll keep every single thing we have the exact same, except it'll just be better for consumers, and that's not the case. There's probably going to be some level of disincentivization for research or investment or something like that. But it's probably worth it to have more people covered by a drug that they can afford or something. I just don't like people talking about price controls are just usually delusional. They think you can do price controls and there's absolutely no negative impact whatsoever.
Sure, that's fair. I mean, I think also in this case, since I thought I would get more pushback, I'll still just make the argument of, when you're doing it from this kind of insurance perspective, and this is true, I believe also, when you look at some of those international price differences, whenever you see like a single market for health insurance, if you're going to go to a pharmaceutical company and say, okay, you have to sell at $50 a pill, but also we are going to buy enough for our entire country from just you, they're going to be a lot happier to set that lower price early, right? Like in America, if the government came to Novo Nordisk or whatever it's called and said, okay, you're selling Ozempic at $1,300. Well, we're going to buy only from you for everybody under our thing for $400. Novo Nordisk would probably still accept that, right? They would probably be like, okay, like we are making the money we want to make because we know we have this captured market of this amount, right? So
yeah, possibly.
One of the
but
why
Americans seemed to be unhappy with that before, when essentially that offer was made towards pharmaceutical companies with the vaccines, because that's essentially what they did with the vaccines, is they basically guaranteed that they would buy a fuck ton of them when they were doing the warp speed investment stuff, right? And it seems like a lot of people were ass mad about that.
Oh, I didn't know that a lot of people are ass mad about that. I thought that was like
conservatives are ass mad about
like,
everything.
What do you mean?
So.
Oh, okay, conservative people, like stupid people. All right, fair enough. But yeah, that was just one thing on that, because I do have some experience interacting with Medicare and stuff like that, and not a lot of people know that it creates kind of that floor for insurance in a lot of different ways, which is why people should want Medicare to be better and stronger, because it makes everybody's insurance better, or at least makes it that everybody's insurance is above a certain minimum.
Sure.
But anyways, okay. I believe, did you read the opinion from AARP versus Trump, that insane Supreme Court decision that came out? Well, actually, the decision was great, but the facts of that case were insane. It was whenever they were trying to deport those people within like 24 hours notice. Did you read that one?
Nope. Well, what about it?
Okay. So remember the original, there's GJJ versus Trump. That was the Boasberg case that went up to the Supreme Court. That group of defendants that are in Texas, they then went for a class action out of the Southern District of Texas, I believe it is, and said, hey, we're going to do our habeas petition here, like the Supreme Court said. Please don't do summary removals under the AEA.
Fuck me. Wait, I fucked up. I'm so sorry.
Far away, I can't. Sorry.
My bad.
It's okay.
I did something really bad. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Repeat that last thing again.
Sure. So they got a class action in Texas. They said, please don't let the Trump administration do a summary removal under the AEA, where they can kind of do an accelerated deportation under the AEA.
Okay.
And really what they're trying to get is just the same thing of where you just can't deport us until this is over. That's really what they're looking for. The district court said, no, I'm not going to give you this TRO right now. And the same day that happened, so April 17th, the Trump administration goes to a lot of those migrants who are being held and says, okay, we're going to deport you tomorrow or maybe the next day. And that's your notice under the AEA that we're required to give you.
Okay.
The migrants file another TRO specifically regarding this notice. And the government on the 18th shows up and goes, whoa, 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 we're not going to deport anybody today. But what they didn't say in court,
testing 1 2
to deport them the next day. The district court was like, all right, didn't issue any kind of TRO or anything, but it was evident that these people were still going to be deported. And so in the next 12 hours, when there was no decision that came down, the migrants then appealed to the Fifth Circuit. The Fifth Circuit took like 40 minutes and were like, we don't give a fuck. And then they went to the Supreme Court right after that, and the Supreme Court provided cert and stopped any deportations. And so then the Supreme Court goes through everything and they find, okay, so like the Trump administration was totally planning on just deporting these people as soon as possible. They provided them essentially anywhere from like 12 to maybe 36 hours notice of removal. And they said, that's not sufficient. You can't do it this way. And they ultimately held, I had it right here. I can't remember, they held that they need to, I know they can't deport under this specific notice that they gave. But they said, yeah, I believe they're saying that they can't remove them under the AEA as long as this is ongoing.
Okay.
Right. So this is kind of a natural progression from the last Supreme Court discussion around the AEA, where they said, hey, you guys have to give people notice. But they didn't say how much notice, right? They just said you have to give them some notice.
Okay.
So then recently there have been 2 other cases that have come out, one in the Southern District of Texas and one in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
And they both have very different rulings. Okay. They have very different.
Okay. Yeah, let's accelerate. What's ultimately what's the point of this, or what are we getting towards?
Yeah, we're going towards how the AEA is being decided and why the Supreme Court is going to see it again. And because the Supreme Court never decided, right, whether or not there was a invasion or a predatory incursion, right? They didn't touch that question.
Sure.
And now what's happening is we're seeing issues around notice and saying, what is the notice supposed to be?
Mm-hmm.
And is there a invasion, predatory incursion? Pennsylvania is saying there was an invasion or predatory incursion,
Mm-hmm.
but then they laid down specific notice requirements, about 14 to 21 days, depending on the rules. Southern District of Texas says, whoa, no, there was no invasion or predatory incursion. But then they didn't touch the notice things. They just said outright, this proclamation is deficient and illegal, and it can't be used to deport people into the AEA. And so I was kind of getting to was that the issue is that courts are saying that they can't look at the proclamation and examine it for factual proof, right? They can't look at it and say, are we factually being invaded? Like, are the facts that are being alleged in the proclamation true?
Mm-hmm.
They can only look at the proclamation and say, does that fit an invasion or a proclamation? So what's interesting is that so now what's going to happen is we've got these 2 dueling cases that say it isn't going to go to the Supreme Court and they're going to have to decide. And the issue is that a lot of people are arguing that this is a political question and saying, hey, let's say Donald Trump came out and said that Mexico is invading us, and there's literally no proof of it. There's literally zero proof it's not happening, but he said it in his proclamation. Can a court find that proclamation illegal?
Sure.
And right now, most courts are saying no, they can't do that. They can only look at what he stated, because an invasion, determining the facts, is impossible for a court to do without it being a political question.
Gotcha. Yeah. It sounds like, honestly, it actually sounds like a very similar question to the 14th Amendment issue. To where the issue was there was a thing that was laid out that nobody who had engaged in or aided effort or aided people engaged in insurrection or whatever, right, shall run for office or whatever. But there wasn't there was a conflation of the law and the procedural question, where the Supreme Court ultimately shot down Section 3 of the 14th Amendment because they said that there weren't sufficient procedures in the states to actually evaluate the answer to that. They say other things, but that's really what it came down to. And it sounds like for this thing, it sounds like it's kind of similar in that, well, what is an invasion? If there's not actually an official criteria to figure out what an invasion is, theoretically that could be up to a state to figure out, but you could argue that that's a political question, but it's not really. It's actually like a foundational question for invoking the Alien Enemies Act. So yeah.
Well, I think that's that could be a good comparison, but that's not what's happening. I understand you kind of the analysis you're doing there, but actually, all the courts are saying, no, we know what an invasion is. We know what a predatory incursion is because this is a question of statutory interpretation. And they go back and they say, what did it mean back then in 1798? And it's interesting because, like, TDA was, Tren de Aragua was designated a foreign terrorist organization. And one of the courts, the Pennsylvania court, says, well, that's really similar to, we would probably call the pirates, like the Barbary pirates from 1798, we'd probably call them a foreign terrorist organization. So, and they were definitely considered whenever the AEA was passed. So they can. This group is sufficient as a group to do the predatory
Were
incursion.
Tren de Aragua, are they considered an FTO?
Yeah, they're an FTO. They were made an FTO a while ago, and they did not appeal it. So it's
That's
fact
really
that they are an
that's
FTO.
interesting. I would have imagined the answer would be no on that because they're relying on Tren de Aragua being basically part and parcel with the Venezuelan government. But I guess like the IRGC or whatever from Iran is considered a terrorist organization, even though it's not love Iran. But okay.
Yeah, and so what's interesting is they say that you can't. So they can only use the interpretations from like 1798 for these words, but then the application can be so the interpretation can't be judicially reviewed. Only the application, right? Technically, the interpretation can be reviewed, but only constitutionally, and constitutionally, it's always past it. So they don't even really consider that anymore. But the application can be reviewed, and so that's where they're coming in and they're saying, okay, maybe so. Like in Texas, they're saying, well, no, there is no predatory incursion, there is no invasion under these definitions, and they didn't do the analysis around Tren de Aragua being a foreign terrorist organization, and so that's why you have these dueling opinions. But what's happening now is that we're saying, okay, we have those interpretations, then courts are kind of twisting themselves to try to find ways to either grant it or not grant it, and so we're kind of on the road to the Supreme Court really laying it out. And the problem that I see here is that no matter what the Supreme Court decision is, unless they totally get rid of the Alien Enemies Act or totally change how it's interpreted, basically all the Supreme Court's going to do is say, here is the checklist of things you need to say when invoking the AEA to make it where it's beyond judicial review, right? Because right now, the courts are saying, oh, the proclamation itself just didn't allege the proper facts to be invoked. But if Trump came out tomorrow and just made a new proclamation with the sufficient facts that these courts are saying, the courts then couldn't say, oh, well, those aren't true. The court doesn't have the ability to do that, right? And so it's really scary looking at this AEA stuff because it doesn't seem like there's any courts are willing to kind of take away the president's just kind of unilateral power to invoke it. And the more that it gets examined, kind of the easier it seems to be for the executive to abuse it.
Sure. I mean,
so
I would argue the AEA is a very powerful act, but it exists for a really good reason. I think it's pretty inarguable that the president, given the nature of the job and being the commander in chief, should have pretty extreme powers here. I think that the issue is the country is just so unbelievably mind-fucked right now that we are incapable of holding the executive responsible using the current levers, I guess, that we have, right? Because if you and I, let's say that the president were to invoke the AEA in a manner that would just be wholly insane, like he has with Venezuela, right? I'm curious, what do you think would be the most appropriate mechanism by which to hold him accountable for that?
Like it's just plainly illegal. Like obviously,
well, I won't say
right,
illegal
because
it's beyond judicial review, right? We'll say, yeah, he invokes it. He says that yesterday I saw a Mexican come into the country and he said, "Fuck America," and I think we're being invaded by Mexico now. So I'm just letting you know I'm invoking the AEA and we start deporting Mexicans. What do you think is the most appropriate tool that we would have to hold the president accountable for that?
Right, impeachment, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I would say, yeah. But we can't do that. This president will never be convicted in the Senate and will never be impeached by this group of sycophantic Republican fucks. So what do you do at that point? When some of your checks start to fail because your systems are so unbelievably compromised by bad actors, I don't know how much the court should rule correctly where the court can rule correctly. But, yeah, I don't
Sure,
yeah.
I know what you're saying there. It's easy to kind of feel doomer and like, oh, there's nothing we can do. But I would say that, if anything, we're seeing in live action or like in real time why the AEA should not exist in the form that it does. I don't disagree with you that these powers maybe should exist in some form, but it shouldn't exist in this form, right? And it should be something that we should want to change, if not now, then
yeah.
in
But
the
then the
future.
issue is that you gave before is if you gave like any list of things to call something an invasion, and the president just says those things have been met, who reviews that?
Well, sure, no, but what I'm saying is that let's say, well, let's say like if I could write the Supreme Court opinion that that's going to ultimately decide these things, right? That's going to ultimately I would say the previous use of the AEA, all of that, fuck that shit. That shit was all wrong. People did not understand the danger that it poses. Here is the new system, and make it. Let's just say I do it in a way where it says you have to have, 67% congressional approval to do it. Let's just say that. Let's say I do that, right? And then now Trump doesn't have just an easy flip a switch AEA turned on, right? But he still does everything. He still does.
Sure, but at that point you might as well just, because the whole point of the AEA, like in its most perfect form, right? The AEA is, it's Friday night and a Chinese fucking ship has landed, a submarine has surfaced in San Francisco, and a whole bunch of like U.S. Chinese nationals who are like here on visa start helping these people, fighting in San Francisco. And the president needs to say, holy shit, we're at war with China right now. If you're in San Francisco and you're a Chinese national, you're getting arrested. We're like starting like a fight right now, like in its most perfect form. That's what the AEA is for, right? And if you're saying that like, well, we need 67% of Congress to approve, at that point you have no AEA. It's not that you're just like doing acts from Congress. I think the point was to give an executive the vigorous power to fight, when needed against an invading force. It's just that right now, the way that he's using it is just so obviously patently fucking absurd.
Well, well, 1 second.
Yeah,
I agree with what you're saying. I understand the logic you're making right now, but the deal is that at the same time, the judiciary does not have to be blind to the intent and the actions of the people using it. And there's no reason why the Supreme Court can't turn around and go, okay, right now we've seen that there is an issue going on with the abuse of this, so we are going to, in some way, constrain it in a way that maybe never existed before and maybe wasn't the original intent of it. And if you've got a fucking problem with that, why don't you go to Congress and get them to pass a fucking law to change it? Because, and I understand that it's asking a lot out of this court. I understand it. But my point in saying that, why we should do that, is because to me, we should say, oh, if you want to act unhinged, then we're going to remove all the cover that you get for it, right?
Sure. So I think one thing that I think would be nice, they kind of did this with the emergency terrorist thing, although that's too long, is I wish that Congress would amend these bills so that there was like a 14-day or a 7-day review. So like the president has the ability to act with vigor when he needs to, but there's like Congress has to just like manually approve it after, 2 weeks or 1 month or whatever, just to make sure there's not crazy shit going on,
Right. And what I'll say, I think also, I think that.
Also,
I think that there's
real
an
quick. I just want
to
see if this other microphone works real fast. Hold on, I'm muting.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me right now?
No, play for time. Yeah, go play for time.
Wait, can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's kind of echoey, but yeah.
Good. Okay, I don't give a fuck. Say get echoed, motherfucker.
All right.
All right. Wait. One more time. Speak.
I'm speaking right now.
Oh, bass. Okay. All right. Okay, go. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so I think you should keep in mind all the analysis and all the discussion here is around predatory incursions and invasions, right? But for some reason, we never talk about the war aspect of AEA, right? Because war is something that's declared by Congress, and so it seems like within the AEA we're okay with, some prior event being required by the government to allow the president to invoke the AEA. And then we've got this invasion and predatory incursion that obviously does not have that. But
I feel like that's a really weird thing that I wish people would force conservatives to admit more. Like, hey, you understand that we are at war right now with Venezuela, right? We are at war we must be for the Alien Enemies Act to apply. And nobody ever seems to really talk about that. But I think it's just because it's one of those things that get lost in legalese. Sorry, go ahead.
We don't have to. No, we don't have to be at war with them.
Well, they have to be invading us at least, or we have to be in an active war, right?
And yes, and right now, the Pennsylvania court said yes, an invasion or predatory incursion is happening.
Yeah, so we're at war, basically. We really are. I mean, like we could, if a country was invading
war is a legal term that we are using here. It is not a layman's term. War here specifically means an act declared by Congress that we are officially legally at war with another nation. This is something that was discussed in Ludecky and some other cases around this, where war has a specific meaning, has a specific beginning point, and that beginning point is
well, wait, how did it work for? There was the authorization for the use of military force in Iraq. Was that considered a declaration of war against Iraq for Bush?
I can't speak specifically to that. I know that executives are allowed to a 90-day period where they're allowed to use military force in a foreign nation without a declaration of war. I believe the authorization of, if someone in chat can correct me, I'm happy for them to do so, but I believe the authorization was essentially a declaration of war that ratified the executive's use of military force in Iraq. But I'm the opposite of Dave Smith, where I don't know really dick all about the wars in the Middle East, or at least I don't care about them. So sorry, I can't tell you on that. But yeah, war is in the context of the AEA, the war is something that's declared by Congress.
Okay. I mean, in that sense, then I don't know how we're still doing this, whatever the fuck we're doing with the AEA then.
Because again, it's a predatory incursion. Predatory incursion is a separate thing.
How long can somebody be invading you before you're like? Are we just saying there's been a 2-month war against us by Venezuela, but we're not at war against them? They're invading us. Like, I mean, it's goofy. I understand what you're saying legally. It's just kind of goofy, right?
Yeah, I mean, laws from the 18th century are goofy. And that alone.
Well,
to me
no,
is like,
I disagree with that. I don't
shit.
think it's necessarily the law that's goofy. It's the invocation of the AEA. Like, you would imagine if the president is invoking the AEA because of an incursion, we're probably declaring war pretty soon after, or we fought off the invasion completely, right? That's what you would expect to happen, right?
Right, and that kind of, and what you're talking about though, right, is this is why I'm saying laws from the 18th century are goofy, is because if this was written nowadays, there would at least hopefully be like, if there's a predatory incursion or invasion, like an invasion, after a month, the Congress has to approve the continued use of the AEA. After a predatory incursion, you have 2 weeks.
Yeah,
right,
correct. I would agree with that. Yeah.
Right. Because, in my mind, the fact that war is in there shows that the AEA does have some constraint by Congress's actions, right? That has been at least contemplated by the people that wrote that law. So the idea that we can't then apply that to
sure, but then
think
real quick about the emergency tariff powers. Those only come when the United States is confronted with national emergencies. But Donald Trump has literally arbitrarily declared national emergencies, right? So it's like...
I have already made my statements about, I think that the tariffs are just straight illegal. I do not think that he is legally invoking tariff powers here. He is, the way in which that he is using them is outside of how anybody has ever used those powers. And I don't just mean like other people have used tariffs in different ways. I'm saying the acts that he is invoking in the past were not invoked to create tariffs. We're not. So like, yeah, I think that he is well outside the bounds of the law on those, and I'm, and that's why to me, I think that like we should, as much as we can, be saying, yes, he has the power, he's holding the power, but I think that when it comes to people that are very far on the right, people that are fascists and things like that, they crave any kind of cover or plausible deniability to give their fucking sycophantic supporters who can just hide behind that, and then whenever you try to push them at all on that deniability, they immediately turn into baby bird brains who don't know anything about anything, but are happy to hide behind it, right? And it's just something where it's like, I just don't like the idea of giving any fucking ground at all in these arguments to people, and I happily fight on those grounds with people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree.
Well, you were before I explained the war thing. But
I was for what?
Thank you, I appreciate it. You were saying that we shouldn't put things in place for Congress to limit it.
Or no, I mean, I thought I said we should have there should be a review period attached to things like the AEA or whatever, where after 7 or 30 days, Congress has to.
Oh yeah, that's fair. I'm sorry.
But then I said it was because Congress is broken. Because unfortunately, right, we both agree the tariffs are bullshit, that national emergency is bullshit. But Congress voted to approve that, and they rescinded their ability voluntarily to even. What? Go ahead.
They changed the flow of time, Destiny, so that they don't have
but it's the same thing, right?
That's
essentially what they did, right?
Yeah, I'm teasing.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so it's just it's frustrating.
It is, but to me, right, what I would prefer here is for us to say, like with the tariffs, I'm happy to say personally, that the tariffs are illegal, and then also say, and Congress is abdicating its duty and not voting properly on these things. And I can say Donald Trump is acting illegally, and I can say Congress is bullshit and they're doing stupid shit over there, right? And they shouldn't be doing that. They're abdicating their duty, and that's why they're bad. What I don't want, and I'm not going to say is, man, these laws are wacky and weird. I guess he can do it. I don't like it, but he can do it, right? I don't want the anger to end up being focused on how weird the AEA is. It needs to be directed at the people who are committing these bad acts, right? And I understand that people all hate Donald Trump.
Yeah, I agree 1 trillion % with that. That's the thing that I repeat a lot on my stream, right? That like you can't craft a system of laws for people that are just going to constantly do bullshit and play bad faith and whatever, right? Yeah.
Right, and it just needs to be made sure that people aren't like. It's very tiring to hear people go like, "Oh, the government is so just messed up, and these laws don't work, and our institutions just aren't blah blah." And it's like, no. If I can talk about any of these with you, I'm happy to discuss and explain them. It is not that. It is that you guys are undermining. So that was the stuff on the AEA that I want to go over. And then also I want to talk about the injunctions because it was interesting because there was a lot of discussion. Did you listen to the oral arguments?
I listened to the government side, but
yeah.
Also because I try to learn some legal stuff, so I can only listen to so much and fill my head with so much fucking nonsense before having to shut it off. Jesus.
The other side isn't like super important to listen to. It's not bad, but it's also from the state's perspective, so it doesn't super track for a lot of things for like people. But it's a really good one. It was funny because they brought up percolation in there, which is interesting. As a concept of federalism, you understand what percolation is when they're saying that, right?
I'm using context clues. It sounds like percolation is basically like allowing a whole bunch of different judges and a whole bunch of different venues to kind of like consider a bunch of different facts, and then as you kind of coalesce around a consensus opinion from all of your lower courts and they make their way up to higher courts, then the Supreme Court doesn't just have to rule off one case in a very novel decision. They can kind of see if there's like a judicial consensus that's developing around some of these things. The facts kind of like percolate, they boil up, you have like this mass consensus that starts to form, is what it seems, right?
Yeah, so it's kind of like a really like good word to describe how federalism works. Kind of like how you gave like longer explanation, where you have these different like areas that can practice and see how different rulings work and different rules work for the same issue. And with they keep arguing about percolation, where we just discussed the AEA and how it's percolating, right? How these different courts are doing it and how it's ultimately going to lead. And you can kind of, the nice thing about percolation is you can see, okay, this is the thing that the Supreme Court needs to decide, because a lot of times people want the Supreme Court to just decide everything. They want the Supreme Court to come in and say, this law is bad, we've rewritten it. Whereas the percolation allows the Supreme Court to go, okay, we've seen 60 cases, we found this one common issue. By fixing this, it actually fixed everything. Blah blah. It's interesting because the universal injunctions that are being complained about, they are like heavily employed by Republicans as well as Democrats. So it's kind of funny for them to come in and now start complaining about them. But also, it just doesn't really make sense. And like, I think that it's pretty easy to understand why universal injunctions exist. And it's funny because like, it's really not even a thing that's a problem except for the government and maybe like really large companies. Because if I take you to court and I sue you because you scammed me, you sold me a bad product and took my money, and I said he sold me this, and I'm suffering ongoing damages because of it, because he's doing something to me, and the court enjoins you from doing it, right? Well, the court doesn't need to turn to you and go, okay, I'm going to enjoin you from selling any products ever again, right? They would just say, you just stop doing this one thing to this one person. But the government interacts with a bunch of different people, a bunch of different parties. So if the government loses one case based on the law, right? If they pay out benefits incorrectly to one person, or they wrongly imprison someone under a law that's not fair, if they lose in court one time, it doesn't make sense for the government to go out and continue the same actions that they just lost in court. They like functional, rational government that actually cares about governing. If they lose a case based off of like a specific law, they're probably going to pause that action, whether an injunction exists or not, to pursue an appeal or pursue, a Supreme Court
this is true
guidance
with
on
like
that.
large corporations or people that interact with lots of other people as well, or something as well, right? Yeah.
Right, and so it's kind of a thing where it's like, it makes sense that universal injunctions weren't really common in the
I
past.
really don't like that
because-
phrase, universal injunctions, but okay.
I don't know. I agree that it's a dumb thing to have or to say, but it separates it out.
It's an injunction. It's
a
enjoining you from
function, yeah.
performing some particular type of behavior. That's an injunction.
Right, but what's interesting is that so people say that like the argument is that they're not legal, but if you look at the rules, Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 65, it allows the court to enjoin a party and anybody associated with that party or that party controls, right? So if you sue the government, why couldn't the court enjoin the entire government, right? Why couldn't it enjoin people that are connected to it? It just doesn't really make sense in there why that isn't allowed.
Well, and it doesn't make sense for the questions that I think it was Kagan was asking too. Like, let's say that I sue a company because they're polluting in my backyard, and then I win my case against that company. That it's pretty obvious that that company should probably be enjoined from performing that behavior, period, to anybody in the future. But under the government's argument, they were saying that if somebody moved and then somebody else moved in, the company could go back to performing that exact same behavior because the new person now that's affected would have to take them to court for an individual judgment. This is a ridiculous argument. It would break.
Right.
It would just be ridiculous. It's patently false. It's patently stupid. The government is only making this argument because they can't defend the merits of any of the underlying actions. So they're just trying to attack or chip away at. Not even chip away. These aren't serious arguments. There's no world where the Supreme Court goes, oh yeah, injunctions are actually not good. Every single person needs to take every single person to court all the time for individual judgments. Like it's ridiculous.
Well, and I agree with you, but that being said, I mean, do you understand why their arguments around class actions are like totally like just also have really no relevance here? Why a class action doesn't solve the problem that
for this particular case, it's funny
solve?
because they are arguing that injunctions shouldn't be allowed, and if you really wanted to do this with a class of people, that you would certify a class. But they also argue for the same case that they would fight on that class cert. So that's funny, number one. But number two, like even if you enjoin or even if you get a judgment against doing something on a particular class, I don't even know how that works going forward. Can people join classes after a suit is over? Or what does it mean like for a state to sue a company or whatever? Is the state itself a thing, or all the underlying people in the state part of that class? Or like it just seems like a clusterfucky stupid way. Like, and then also class certification is a whole thing in and of itself. It's a whole other thing. It's pointless and stupid, I think. But what was your answer?
I mean, that's fine. I mean, you're right in the sense that it's adding a lot of extra steps to it, and it's really not what the purpose of those classes are. Class actions are for, right? Class actions, you're generally trying to find a common like action or event that connects these people to a claim. And as you said, let's say someone's born 3 years later after the end of that lawsuit. Well, are they able to get into that class, right? And then
also, the biggest argument that I think came from, it might have been Sotomayor. They use this word, percolation, over and over and over again. Percolation. So for the audience, right, a case only goes to the Supreme Court if a party to the case requests it. You have to request a writ of certiorari and ask the Supreme Court, like, hey, can you please listen to this case? But it was asked to the government over and over again, okay, well, let's say the government makes a law, and let's say that the government's law is police officers are allowed to punch you in the face if you look at them funny. And then let's say that somebody wants to challenge that law. Well, in this version of the government, Republicans or whatever the government's attorney is basically saying, the general solicitor is saying that, like, okay, well, if you were to go to court and win that case, it wouldn't prevent the government from punching everybody. It would just prevent the government from punching that one person who took them to court. And then somebody was saying, I think the government attorney was arguing that it's possible that, like, if this case went all the way up to the Supreme Court, there could be some sort of like precedence that would make it so it would be really hard for the government to win cases in the future. But I think what Sotomayor was rightly pointing out was that case would never, ever, ever, ever get to the Supreme Court, because if the government was like losing cases somewhere, they would never appeal. So any case that the government loses would just die in a lower court. It's like, oh, okay, we lost that one. We'll just keep doing it though. And if we lose cases, we'll just let them die. And it's like, this is what it was just. It's just wacky and stupid. It's not even. It's just such a dumb. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, also add onto that layer that they said that they generally follow precedent, which, like, why even say that in the argument? That's right. Whenever they were going to that line, that was like fucking hilarious. Whenever they were like, well, we generally follow the precedents.
That should have been a shotgun moment in a video game.
Yeah.
That was crazy. They wouldn't commit to following the actions of a court. Yeah, generally
Yeah.
we do. We generally do. When we feel like they're correct, we generally do. It's like, what? Are you serious right now? Okay.
Right. But yeah, so I think that that's a good. That was a very good line of discussion where it was kind of like just hopping around and just kind of never actually taking it to the Supreme Court, because why would you? I think that for me, whenever I look at it though, I will say this. I think that preliminary injunctions as they exist, whenever they're applied in a very broad way like this, right? Whenever they're this national scale, stop this law, we're seeing them being applied more and more. And we're seeing both sides run quickly to a favorable jurisdiction to get one and put them in place. And it makes me, as an attorney, feel like, maybe there need to be further steps taken whenever you're looking at an injunction this big. Maybe a test, maybe something that says, okay, we need to. You can give us you can put down an injunction under the normal test, but if then we're extending it so that it includes jurisdictions outside of the circuit that you're in or things like that, maybe there needs to be a larger test to apply it. Because I think I get a similar feeling as immigration asylum, where it seems like people have found not necessarily a flaw in the system, but they found a part of the system where you can use it in a way that maybe wasn't expressly intended, and it could be causing issues outside of that system. So, I think that people being able to just go to Texas and get an injunction against any liberal law or liberal president's actions, or any liberal going to California or Hawaii and getting an injunction against Republican laws or presidents, I think that maybe there need to be some kind of roadblocks in a way. What do you think about that?
The issue is that a preliminary injunction is supposed to be a TRO is supposed to be exceptional. Preliminary injunction should be relatively exceptional. But I think the issue is that the way that it's supposed to work, and I don't know why every Trump lawyer has just mind-fucked themselves on this, okay? If I was approaching you, okay, as an attorney, or as a client, and I'm asking you, I hire you, and I'm like, okay, I want to do this particular thing, okay, can you tell me how to do this legally? You're supposed to give me advice on, these are the laws, this is how you could do this to comply with the law. Maybe you can give me a couple tips on kind of pushing the boundaries maybe a little bit, but you're going to tell me how to do things within the law. This administration is not concerned with doing things within the boundaries of the law. They're concerned with creating new law. And if that's the case, then it's not really surprising to me that all of the courts are pushing back in unprecedented manners against this. When you go to the Office of Legal Counsel, when you go to the DOJ, you're supposed to be asking your counsel, your legal counsel, you're supposed to say, hey, I'm the president. Am I allowed to do this or not? They're not supposed to say, I bet we can take this to the Supreme Court and get this changed. I bet we can fight on this. I think we can do this. I think that this is the law. And if you're going to do that, then it's not surprising that a whole bunch of courts everywhere are throwing up a whole bunch of PIs and TROs against you, right? Because well, hold on, you don't write the fucking rules, buddy. I don't know if that should be changed. I think that it's probably a correct response to an administration that thinks that they can write laws from the executive, which you're not supposed to be able to do, right?
Well, but look at Biden's administration, right? We had similar things happen with student loan forgiveness. There was another one that I'm blanking on right now. Obama had some in his.
I would argue, and I know Piscomi argued about this, and we disagree, but I would argue for the student loan forgiveness. I think Biden pushed too far there, but at least he tried to cite an underlying reason, because I believe that the name of the whatever Student Loan Act or something, it gave the president the ability to do something in times of crisis or whatever, and there was the COVID crisis, and that was the underlying citation, and then they tried to forgive it, and the Supreme Court threw up a block, and they were like, no, we're not going to do that. At least they tried to do something kind of within the confines of the law. You can say that maybe he was pushing boundaries there, but this administration is doing it around basically fucking everything.
Well, 1 second.
Yeah.
They were enjoined from doing the student loan stuff at the district court level first, right?
Sure.
And that's what I'm saying is that and I'm not saying that they shouldn't be allowed to do that, but I think that an injunction that has that much weight in so many other jurisdictions versus an injunction against just one person in a lawsuit, those are both kind of operating under the same test or scheme by the judge, right? They're not having to provide extra argumentation. Now, to be fair, a lot of judges, when they do that, they do provide it, just sua sponte. They will themselves say, here is why it now needs to be applied nationwide. These are the reasons, blah, blah, blah. But
yeah, I was going to say, I understand what you're saying now. I understand that. But then usually, yeah, I guess it's up to the judge to figure out the latitude there. You could try to write some informal
Right.
rules for it, I guess, to figure out how they best feel.
No, I think that the Supreme Court should write a formal rule on that. But I think that, I mean, it's just like, it's kind of
It's
a thing for
hard
me
though
where
when you're
it's like
dealing
this-
with a single entity. Like imagine 50 states have student loan challenges and like 27 states like agree and 23 states disagree. So like some people get student loan debt forgiveness and then some don't. So the federal government has to start doing disparate treatment to different citizens. Like,
I'm not saying that this would like somehow prevent national injunctions. National injunctions are still allowed. I'm just saying I think that there needs to be further argumentation or further justification beyond just the circuit that court is sitting in, because I think circuits interacting with each other in this way outside of these injunctions is pretty rare, and it's usually
I kind of I want to agree with you spiritually, but I feel like in kind of a weird, ironic way, we're playing the part of like the Supreme Court. You know how people don't like it when shitty cases go to the Supreme Court? You want like a really strong case to go to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
I think I would agree with you more if we had like really good examples of judges going way outside the boundaries of what feels like a rightful like preliminary injunction or TRO. But the problem is the government like is openly and like stepping outside of bounds over and over again. The arguments they're putting up, pretextual is a compliment. Okay, they're just patently absurd, not even legally coherent arguments. So like the fact that this would not be the environment where I would challenge or question the scope, I guess, of injunctions or preliminary injunctions or after court injunctions. Yeah, there is a world where I would be like, that's kind of weird that a guy in D.C. has this ruling and now it's affecting the entire fucking United States. I think maybe this injunction, maybe we do need to reapproach this or look at how these are issued. But in this environment, I haven't seen the case yet that would make me think like, I think that this is a problem. Yeah.
No, you're definitely right. I mean, like this being the birthright citizenship case, and they're like, oh, let's do the injunctions here. It's like that honestly. The deep state might exist because of how bad of a decision that was to bring that to Supreme Court. Because holy shit, that was never ever gonna work with that kid. Like, yeah, that was like, I legit like was confused for a second there because I thought there was no way they're actually doing it. I legit thought that it was a different case whenever I was reading through it. Because holy shit, what a fucking stupid decision that was to do with birthright citizenship. You said 1 second. Whenever you're talking about the different states and kind of like the application being different, right? I think that's and I agree with you real quick on this is not the environment to do it. But I think it's interesting because we talked a little bit about percolation and federalism and things like that. And I think that's another part where, for me, why I, at least in the back of my head, think at some date this should be revisited. Because on the one hand, we pride ourselves on having 50 states, on federalism, on figuring out the best way to do it, and then taking it to the Supreme Court. But then on the other side, we have kind of a, never mind switch where a judge can just go, you know what, we're just gonna do an injunction and we're not gonna do federalism with this, right? And I think that's kind of also to me where we have a system and yet for some reason we kind of have this backdoor that lets us just avoid it entirely. And maybe sometimes that's appropriate, right? Whenever they're trying to strip citizenship from people. But other times I could definitely see arguments for it's not. So I think that's just kind of for me why, from my perspective, I think there are arguments to be made, but I would never listen to arguments made by someone that's MAGA, right?
Sure.
Did you see that? Did you see that mayor get arrested? I think it was a New Jersey mayor get arrested.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe they've officially dropped the charges now on him. They're not actually going to do it, but they are looking at bringing charges against some of the Congress people that were there. And then the judge that was arrested for assisting the evasion of arrest, she filed her answer to the charging document. Did you see any of that?
Nope.
Okay. I think at this point, I've seen some soy takes on the judge. The mayor, I was really interested because I was hoping to see some more kind of justifications on the Trump side, but they didn't really come out with a lot of them because it was such bullshit. But the mayor one really kind of, it feels like we're seeing a pattern of this administration trying really hard to find reasons to arrest Democrats. Trump recently came out and said that people around Biden were traitors. There have been multiple discussions that have been leaked about finding ways to arrest Democrat Congress people and things like that. Obviously, that shit's all terrible and horrible. whenever whenever I go back and look at the judge getting arrested, right, and I see kind of how this administration is trying to like play fast and loose with the rules, I still think her arrest initially was wrong, but now it seems like it's more and more they're kind of pushing the boundaries, right? And I feel like that's been a theme for a lot of this, where we're seeing the with the immigration, now with the arresting of officials, where I think that it's they're taking any chance they can get to try to push these boundaries, because I don't think that those are the goals. I think that you and I discussed it before, where it feels like the administration is acting kind of erratically for no reason, and they're just doing things cruelly just for the sake of cruelty. But I don't know, it feels like they're building up to where they're getting to a point where they're saying, okay, we're challenging all this stuff so we can see how far we can go. Because I think, like with that judge, if they're able to arrest her and take her down, and she doesn't have the immunity and all that stuff, right? I think they're looking for what's the smallest amount of pretext we need to get away with this. I mean, the more that I've read about the facts of that case, to me at least, the more it seems like I think that this is largely pretextual, and in the sense of like, I don't think there's any administration that would have ever done this in the past. And so it's maybe, do you understand what I'm saying? Where it's like, it feels to me,
I guess we'll see. Yeah, we'll see how it turns out or what happens. Yeah. Maybe it's always hard to tell if it's building towards anything or not because of how erratic the admin is, but maybe it is. I don't know.
Well, but like, I feel like by pushing on immigration, right? They're going after people that Americans don't care about. Americans don't care about immigrants. They certainly don't care about illegal immigrants, right? So playing fast and loose with the laws and the rights there, people don't care. And then it feels like with this judge and some of the Congress people and that mayor, I feel like now they're like, well, what if we go after politicians? Do people care about this stuff? I don't know. To me, I feel like we're like approaching this thing where they're kind of trying to see like, who are the untouchables? Who do people actually care about? And they're finding out that people don't really care that much about a lot of this stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I kind of saw. I remember us talking about that, and I heard someone kind of mention something similar, and it made me think about that. Where like, because at a certain point, if like let's say they go to the Supreme Court and they find out, oh, actually, the Supreme Court's cool with us suspending habeas corpus, right? Well, at that point, I don't think they would care about immigrants as much anymore. They would care about just jailing people that voted for Kamala Harris, right? Like it's kind of that thing where. You know, them kind of pushing in these ways, them arresting a state judge and getting away with it might mean that they can now start arresting other state officials, right? Because there's a lot of the executive orders that have been coming out that people haven't been reporting on have been directing the federal government to go into states and find laws that are quote unquote illegal or quote unquote in violation of federal laws, which is fine. States are allowed to have laws that don't conform to federal laws as long as the federal law doesn't supersede it, things like that, right? And so it feels like they're setting up kind of a lattice work of kind of orders that are going to allow them to go in and start attacking state governments they don't like. And I kind of see that coming where we see this mayor, we see this judge, there was another judge that also got arrested. And I feel like that's kind of what the direction they're going. I don't know if you see anything like that, but it was just that. Last thing, I had one more thing for you. Did the Medicare stuff. Is that it? Oh. This was one last thing on the injunctions. There was one recommendation, I think the Democrats tried to get it passed, where they wanted to make it where if you wanted a nationwide injunction, you had to bring it in like the DC court, where they were going to make it where you had to go to a specific circuit to get a nationwide one rather than
any random circuit chair.
Yeah, I mean, in that case, you know, it's you've got issues of like who's sitting on the bench, things like that, and that way people couldn't forum shop. As far as that, would you be open to some kind of more like a procedural limit to kind of getting those kind of nationwide injunctions, or do you think like because a lot of these people want them rapid, they want them fast?
I mean, it would depend on what the injunction is, but we're super destroying that whole percolation argument at that point. But yeah,
yeah. Okay, fair enough. We're cool. All right. Well, let me see. Oh no, I asked you about the salt tax. We're good. All right. I appreciate you talking to me. Good luck with your rentoid debate coming up. I hope you get some good ones. To prove you wrong about how wrong you are about renting.
All right, should be fun. Have fun. Be careful. I'll talk to you later.
Later.
Bye. Can you hear a huge echo on this mic if I'm walking around? I can't tell if the speaker like echoes into it hardcore. No echo, it's just really sensitive. Oh, okay. Hassan and Voss should become more unhinged about these takes. The title is insane.
CNN report.
Worthless ancient Democrat rep dies, solidifying GOP majority. Okay, based. Jesus. You sound very nasally in this mic. It would probably call for a different EQ, but I don't even know. I'm too lazy to fucking do all that shit. What even is, like, I don't know that, I don't even have headphones on, so I'm not even listening to it, so whatever, don't care. You're getting this now. Good luck. Dean Withers takes Destiny's trans argument.
Biological
Can I ask you a question?
Dude, okay, you're not even letting me finish my argument, but go on.
So let's just assume you wake up 20 years from now, okay? And a mad scientist has taken the brain out of your body and put it into the body of a female. Would you be a man or a woman?
So your question is, if I were to wake up 20 years and my brain was put on a female body, would I be a man or a woman? Is that your question?
Yeah.
I would obviously be a woman. I just have a different brain.
Okay. Do you think that you feel discomfort in that fact?
Do I feel discomfort in that fact? Obviously, because it's not the gender that I'm biologically associated with. So obviously, I would feel
Okay, then what would you do to remedy that?
What do you mean by, like...
How do you try to like soothe that discomfort of the fact that your brain was taken out of your body and put into the body of a female?
I don't think there's much I can do in terms of biology. I can't literally just get rid of my female characteristic and replace them with a man character, with a man.
If you could, would you?
If I could, like, if my gender somehow hypothetically got changed to a female's body and I had a chance to go back to my original body that was biologically born with this, I would.
Oh, you would? So the best we have right now is hormone replacement therapy and sex reassignment surgeries.
Yeah, that don't actually I don't know why you're laughing. You haven't made an actual point, dude. You can quote this all.
Well, I mean, you just said, like, you're the most, like, trans-positive conservative I've talked to all day, because that's exactly what trans individuals do.
No, they don't, because you can't actually change your gender, dude. It's just a deception. You can lie to yourself all you want, but you can't actually biologically
So then why would you seek those treatments if you woke up 20 years from now in the body of a female? Because if you're telling me that you can't actually change any of those things, it's just a deception, they're all fake, why would you seek those remedies?
Yeah, so in your hypothetical, it's biologically possible for me to go back to my original biological gender. In our real world,
well, the possibility that would exist.
Okay.
The way people talk about my
understanding.
DID creeps me the fuck out, I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, Tashika, Jennifer says, so host, they wouldn't care if you were unalived. Okay.
I would care if Alina was unalived.
But even if you didn't care, like, okay, like,
but like no, like I don't understand why people are being so like purposely obtuse. Like this is me believing that like super like racist white people should not exist is not me saying that like all white people should exist. I think the fact that people have completely removed the context of that statement to make me look like this vindictive monster is a type of racism and it is a type of misogynoir, right? There would be no reason for me to go on that entire tirade unless I hadn't been literally getting death threats from white supremacists. It would hurt me a lot if Alina were to get unalived. Yes, it would, but it wouldn't hurt me if literally anyone else on the background got unalived. I wouldn't give a fuck, okay? I wouldn't give a shit in my heart. Okay,
that's a good egg.
And I've said it several times and I've never taken it back. I wouldn't give a fuck. Okay, they could go today in the most gruesome way possible. I wouldn't give a shit.
Hey, can we go sub only for a couple of seconds?
Period.
Normal. I'm not dark. I'm still normal.
What's the point of this up here? Are they just like gonna play 2 games at once? To show it's in real time. Oh, I mean, people play crazy runs in like fucking Guitar Hero and shit. Is this really that much more impressive?
Sorry, I'm not going.
No, take your time.
I'm going with that.
You can take your time if you want. I'm editing anyway.
Yeah. Can you then just repeat the question? Noise?
No, you suck. You go with you.
Okay. I run out of storage. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna wait
Yeah.
a second for the question. So for those philosophical, hello, I'm here today with a professor from TMU.
I'm Andrew Sepielli. I'm a philosophy professor here at the University of Toronto. My name.
Okay, before I start playing this. Okay, this is the dream, maybe. But I don't know. I'm tempted to just move my setup downstairs into my studio, but I don't know if I will do that. Or I'm not sure. Okay. This is my room right now. Wait, we can do lines, hold on. Okay. This is my room right now. I have a big desk here. I have a weird desk here. My keyboard is here. Bookshelf. Gun thing. Gun thing. We've got door. Bathroom door. And then I've got a walk-in closet thing. And I have another desk thing like this here. Okay, this is in my brain, this is the dream. And then if this doesn't work, I think I might just move everything downstairs and say fuck it. So my camera is between my monitors is basically right here. And it basically captures this. What I'm thinking of, any windows or natural source of light? Yeah, of course. This whole thing is like a screen right here. This is sunlight. Or it's like a window door or whatever to the patio. And then I think right here is my safe. that has about $40 million USD of Bitcoin in a cold storage wallet. I'm just kidding. Is there a bag over your mic? Lots of noise going on? That's because I'm using this, because I have a mic on my shirt right now. To be honest, how mad does that make you? There you go. I don't know if that helps or not. Get fucked. I think that what I want to try is, I also have I've got like big soundproofing barrier things like here and here and here, although that doesn't matter as much. I think what I'm going to try is I'm going to move the setup and the camera here, no, here, and then my desk, and then I'm going to move my desk and everything here, obviously. And I think I'm going to try to shoot into like this. Because then I have way more space in the background to arrange stuff so it's not all like pressed against me on the wall. And then if I don't like the way that it looks, I'm just moving all my shit to the studio downstairs. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Would the sound affect anything from the camera? No, not really, because all the light is going to be coming in from the front anyway, so it doesn't matter. Why not face it completely to the north wall? Because having just like a flat wall that's like right fucking behind me compresses the fuck out of my bathroom. Or not bathroom, I'm sorry, my background. Yeah, fuck, if I had a corner desk, that would be kind of based. I don't really need one though. Fuck it. Demo the camera angle? Well, I can't really demo the camera angle because I have to move all this shit in here too. It's gonna take me a while. Okay. This is what I'm trying. Good luck. We're watching videos while I move shit around.
Yeah.
Good luck. I don't even know how much of this I'll be able to stream through, but.
I'm Ben Yoon. I am a lecturer at the University of Pennsylvania, where I just got my PhD.
My name is Thomas Hart, and I teach at TMU.
This guy makes Star Wars?
As she said, I'm professor at TMU for philosophy, ancient philosophy.
And we're here to talk about pseudo-intellectualism. What do you think differentiates an intellectual from a pseudo-intellectual? Are there different types of intellectuals and pseudo-intellectuals that we should distinguish, or can they be categorized under their umbrella terms?
When you pull
That sounds too boring. Hold on. Oh, we got this.
Anti-Semitic people that are attacking you guys. But they're not me. They're not Anissa. It's not Hassan.
I should go to the old city so I can get my fucking shit pushed in.
by some of the most inbred fundamentalist hicks.
Are you willing to debate the TikTok community? Yeah, that's the direction we're moving in. Yep.
My fucking shit pushed in by some of the most inbred fundamentalist hicks.
It's not all of these other creators that you're attacking.
Bro, they're literally making up stories to justify falsely calling CPS.
Now the house is just like covered in dog and he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. They contracted a parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog that is all over his house.
So this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is it happening? How is this happening?
Cry me a river. Her chat like saying, oh, we're gonna call CPS, oh, someone should call CPS, is not even remotely like that. In fact, a CPS call is warranted.
Where they're calling CPS, Child Protective Services, to come to our house and break up our family.
You're not the biggest victim on the internet, Ethan.
Nah, apparently it's these guys.
Be mean to them. If they feel bad, if they feel harassed, honestly, great. I don't give a f***. Them. Each and every one of them. We need to be mean to these guys. We need to be assholes. They deserve it.
I love that iDubbbz is crying because him and his wife got called a cuck, but then he crazy makes Ethan for people role-playing killing his wife.
Wait, everyone! Ela Klein's in the house. Guys, she was just a secretary. Ela Klein.
Take those prisoners. Take those IDF genocidal soldiers. Where do they keep the secretaries? Secretary got...
Human skulls are getting mailed to their house.
Around the same time, we received 2 human skulls in the mail at our home, which led us to having a very pleasant interview with the FBI. Things have progressed well past the point of that's just what the internet does.
I'm done being nice to Ethan. I gave it a chance. My sincerity and my empathy in that last video was real.
Hassan's fans and orbiters are retweeting people saying, I'd love to swing their kid by the legs into an oak tree over and over again.
Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace.
All of this is happening and somehow Ethan is labeled the harasser. How can you not see what's going on? They're doxing him and trying to take away his kids for mild political differences. That's why this video is sponsored by Aura. In a topic where people's personal information is being maliciously shared and posted online, it's an important reminder that people like you and me are just as vulnerable. Data brokers have websites where anyone could buy anyone else's personal information for just a few bucks. So it's important that you take the time to protect yourself. I do using Aura. Aura identifies brokers on your behalf and automatically submits opt-out requests that would otherwise be impossible to keep up with on your own. Seriously, just Google your name. You will see your address, phone numbers, family members popping up on all of these white pages websites. But if you give Aura just a bit of your personal information, after a few weeks, all of that will start to be taken down. You'll get less spam emails, less spam calls on your phone. It is genuinely life-changing. And Aura will continuously monitor the dark web and alert you if your personal information was exposed. You won't leave the back door to your house open at night, so why do it online? Plus, they give you up to $5 million of identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. So stop the spam calls and protect yourself online by going to aura.com/WillyMac to start your 14-day free trial. Thank you, Aura, for sponsoring this video.
That's the sound of the police! That's the sound of the beast!
This drama stems from Ethan and Hassan's disagreements on Israel-Palestine. Now you might think Ethan must be super far right or something. No, they agree on 95% of things.
Do you believe that Israel...
Wait, should we watch this, or is this just going to be a recap of like the 4 million things that we've already seen a million times? So apparently this is good memes. I don't know what this is, but supposedly it's good memes. And then this was supposedly good memes as well. Yeah, we're watching this.
Honored to be with the President of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, and he is a man who is certainly in some circles really respected, other circles a little bit less respected, like all of us in all fairness, like all of us.
We all like that.
We also have a few of my friends. Ernie Els, a great golfer. He's a truly great golfer.
golf.
Retief Goosen, who's another really, we call him really a great golfer too, Ernie, right? You two guys are fantastic. And we could add Gary to the group, Gary Player. What a group of golfers South Africa's had on
Yes, yes.
There must be something in the water, right? It's
Yes.
something good. These two guys are
It's
unbelievable.
It's the water, sir.
Yeah, Gary's Gary. And David Frost, also another one that I
Yes.
know is such a great one. Was he as good a putter as they say, David? He's a putter. He's a putting machine, right?
Absolutely.
But he's another one. So something very good about South Africa in golf, and golf is still doing great in South Africa. And they have young players, I hear, coming up that are going to be very good. But it's an honor to have you here, and my friend, it's an honor to have you, one of the greatest businessmen in South Africa and long beyond. Thank you for being here. It's very great honor. Appreciate it. So we're going to be discussing certain things. As you know, we have the G20 is going to South Africa. When is that going to be?
In November.
In November.
I have no idea.
I hand over to you. And
Yes, we have it next
you
year.
originated the G20, so I'll hand over the baton to you, and then you lead the G20.
We're going to have it.
Yeah.
We're going to have it the following
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
So we'll be discussing many things, and some of the things you've been reading about in the papers
Yes.
and the media. And I would say that, look, the president is a truly respected man in many, many circles, and in some circles he's considered a little controversial. But we're going to be discussing some of the things that are taking place in South Africa and see if we can help. And we want to help. And we've had a long relationship with South Africa. I have, because indirectly I have so many friends that live there. I have a lot of friends. I mean, these are famous guys, but I have a lot of friends that live there that are tremendous people. And we'll be discussing that. We'll have a nice conversation, and I really appreciate that you guys came along. It really helps us in our thought process. But it is a great honor to have you, and I appreciate you called. He called. I don't know where he got my number, but I picked up. He said, I want to come over and see you. That was my honor. Thank you very much for being here.
You're most welcome. Most welcome. Well, thank you very much for welcoming us to this reformed White House. I've been here before, and it looks really fantastic. I must congratulate you.
Thank you.
But I also thank you for allowing our delegation. This is a very mixed delegation that you've got. We've got people from government, my ministers. I've got someone from the trade union movement who we really collaborate with, and from business as well, and our sporting legends. When I spoke to you, you said, yes, come along and bring Gary Player, bring Eddie Els and Retief Goosen. I brought the two of them. Gary Player, I spoke to him, and he said, look, I'm getting rather on in my years, but wishes us luck in this discussion with you. So it's a real joy, and I'd also like to thank you for allowing your people to start discussions with us at the trade level. I mean, we are essentially here to reset the relationship between the United States and South Africa. We are long-standing partners in many, many ways. We've collaborated in many fields, in space issues, in energy, and in trade, and we therefore need to reset that, particularly in the light of some of the announcements that you made on trade and investment. So we want to advance more trade between the two of us, two countries, and our people now have been empowered by yourself and by myself to start engaging, and we hope that we will be able to fuel that engagement during our talks. And we also want to discuss issues that have to do with how we promote further investments in both countries. We've got about 22 companies from South Africa that have invested in the US. That's creating a number of jobs. And similarly, you've got almost 600 companies that have invested in South Africa, and some of them have been in South Africa for more than 100 years.
That's true.
So our links are really long-lasting, and we would like to recalibrate those relations between our two countries and discuss a whole range of issues, geopolitical, the work that you're doing to bring peace around the world, Ukraine and in the Middle East. So we value that, and we are also a great contributor to peace processes that are going on around the world. And of course, we want to discuss how we can support each other. You are a much bigger economy than we are. We're just a tiny economy, but we rely on each other on a number of issues. We've got critical minerals that you want to fuel the growth of your own economy and reindustrialize. So we have that on offer, including rare earth minerals. So all that combination of opportunity and the products that we buy from you, as well as what we sell to you, I believe makes up a really good and powerful relationship, which we need to strengthen, which we need to engender. And that is really what has brought us here. And we are really privileged to have great South Africans in the mix. As you said, you'd like to see them as well. And I brought you a really fantastic golf.
Hold on, I'm so sorry. Okay, wait. Does it sound more echoey than normal? Fuck, you just listen to my shit mic. I'm just curious if these sound dampener things in my room actually make a difference. They do, right? It sounds more echoey now compared to what it normally sounds like. Obviously, it's better than this mic. But this one sounds... the things on my walls do make a difference. Okay, just making sure. Okay.
Book weighs 14 kilograms.
Oh, that sounds good.
And it showcases the
what needs?
Weighs fantastic golf book. Weighs 14 kilograms.
Oh, that sounds good.
And it showcases the golf courses in our country. Johann Rupert wrote preface, so did Annie else. And I want to showcase our golf courses. You might remember when I spoke to you and we spoke about golf, you said I should start practicing. And I've started practicing, President, so I'm ready. But let me end just the introductory remarks by thanking you. You may not recall that 5 years ago I spoke to you during the COVID period.
Right.
And it was at a time when the whole world was going through a really cathartic moment.
Right.
And we asked for assistance, and you were able to assist us with respirators, and you kept to your word, and you delivered respirators to us. We didn't have as many in our country, and it really helped to help us deal with COVID. So
what a nice
I'm here also to say thank you and to thank the people of America for having helped us during a really difficult time. Being the small economy that we are, we needed help from around the world. And you were there to provide that. So thank you very much.
I remember the call.
Yeah.
We sent 150 respirators. We became the respirator king. We started making them. Nobody had them. We had very few of them.
That's right.
But they were very helpful. But we sent 150, and I appreciated the letter you wrote me around.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much for that. It really touched my heart after I spoke to you and you delivered. So,
great honor.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Any questions, please?
Mr. President, you welcome white Afrikaner refugees here. Can you explain to Americans why it's appropriate to welcome white Afrikaners here when other refugees like Afghans, Venezuelans, Haitians have all had their protected status revoked?
Well, this is a group, NBC, that is truly fake news. They ask a lot of questions in a very pointed way. They're not questions, they're statements. We've had tremendous complaints about Africa, about other countries too, from people. They say there's a lot of bad things going on in Africa, and that's what we're going to be discussing today. When you say we don't take others, all you have to do is take a look at the southern border. We let 21 million people come through our border, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. They came from all over the world.
God damn it.
In many cases, they're criminals. They come from prisons. They come from mental institutions. They come from street gangs. They're drug dealers.
The asylums.
So don't say that we didn't take them. We're taking. We're trying to get them out as fast as we can. And we're doing record business on that. And we just won a big case where we're allowed to send back hundreds of criminals to Venezuela. Just won that today in the Supreme Court. I'm happy to hear. But we do have a lot of people are very concerned with regard to South Africa, and that's really the purpose of the meeting, and we'll see how that turns out. But we have many people that feel they're being persecuted, and they're coming to the United States. So we take from many locations.
Is Trump going to talk about the issues related to post-apartheid South Africa and the theoretical white genocide, and not like...
If we feel there's persecution or genocide going on, and we had a lot of people. I must tell you, Mr. President, we have had a tremendous number of people, especially since they've seen this. Generally, they're white farmers, and they're fleeing South Africa, and it's it's a very sad thing to see. But I hope we can have an explanation of that, because
I don't know if Trump is aware of like the I don't know if Trump is aware of the landmine that he is stepping onto. Like, it would be the equivalent of me talking to some Jewish people, be like, yeah, so we've got some Jew guys here, and we're chatting, and we're cool. But there's a little issue of they murdered Jesus. And I just want to hear, what was going on with that. A lot of people are asking questions. And as a Christian, Jesus is one of the best. So I just wanted to hear them talk through, like, why they did. It's just like, like the white genocide. So I'm not fully ultra informed of this issue, but the claim, I've debated so many neo-Nazis. The claim is basically that as a way to get revenge or vengeance against white people who used to be huge power holders in South Africa due to the apartheid structure, black people are systematically, with the support of the government, basically pogroming white people and murdering and stealing everything from their farms in order to reach some level of racial equity. And so there's a white genocide happening in South Africa, and that's supposed to serve as the foundational model for the West if we allow minorities to become majority classes. All white people will be genocided like they are in South Africa. That's like the whole neo-Nazi conspiracy theory. Now, just because that's the whole neo-Nazi conspiracy theory doesn't mean that the underlying facts are all wrong. I don't know all the facts in terms of how many South African farmers have been targeted because of race or because of just wealth or because of some combination of the two. I don't know the answer to that, but that's like the whole overlying conspiracy, or that's the whole overlying conspiratorial theory, and then those are some of the underlying facts that I don't have a command of. I know Trump doesn't though, so, but good luck.
I know you don't want that, it's a kind of a different meeting. Normally we have meetings, we talk about trade, and we'll be talking about trade and other things, but that certainly will be a subject that comes up. Yeah. Yes, please. Brian?
Thank you very much. I'd like to get your thoughts on Letitia James. Director Polte, according to him, Letitia James says that the alleged mortgage fraud was simply a mistake. I want to get your thoughts on that. She put down that her father was her husband in order, and this is very similar to, I guess, the false attacks they have on here.
Well, I don't know what it is currently, but Letitia James, who's the Attorney General of New York State, it seemed, I'm not involved in that at all. I know that it's being handled.
Also, can I say, like, when I go to do events at, like, just whatever, if I go to do events somewhere, and then clearly people who are Destiny fans, when I'm on stage with somebody else, or when I'm sharing space with somebody else, are asking me, like, very Destiny-oriented questions. Like, say I'm at a debate event for Saving America, and then somebody's like, hey, Destiny, I just wanted to ask, in StarCraft 2, blah, blah, like, I always feel, like, very awkward. Because I'm like, okay, well, this is an event I'm doing with somebody else, and this is obviously a fan of mine, and you're asking me, like, very in-the-universe questions about me, like, why? I noticed it's very funny, when Trump does these interviews where he's got, like, world leaders and shit in here, they'll ask him questions about, like, that is totally not even remotely related at all to anything that's going on here. And he's like, oh yeah, let's talk about Letitia James. Like, why? It's so stupid.
Handled by various groups, I guess, but it's major fraud, mortgage documents, and fraudulent everything. Yeah, I think she said the father was her husband, which she had to have a husband, so she chose her father, and she put it down, and she had didn't she sign in Virginia, yet she said she lived in Virginia, yet she's the New York.
That mic picked up his audio from the other room really well? No, I'm using a lapel mic. That's why it sounds so weird.
Sign in Virginia, yet she said she lived in Virginia, yet she's the New York State Attorney General. She did that for tax reasons, so she could take advantage of taxes. and she had the wrong number of units. She had a much different number, which wouldn't have allowed her to qualify and scam the government. So I don't know. I think she's very bad for New York, but I really don't know too much about it, but I appreciate the question. Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. President, for you to be convinced that there's no genocide.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So May 25th will be the celebration of Africa Day, which pretty much a lot of celebration will be taking place around the world, including here in the United States. What is your message to the entire African continent, African people in this important occasion?
Oh,
well, I want to see peace, and I want to see happiness. I want to
peace
see
and
health,
happiness.
And, you have incredible land. There's tremendous value. A lot of countries don't have that value in the land, the value you have. We have a situation, I think you probably heard about it. We've done through some very talented people, helped settle a war that's been raging for years, Rwanda and the Congo. And I think we've done it. Believe it or not, I think we've done it. And could you just say a few words about that, my friend?
Yeah, please. Take over.
A couple of weeks ago, they signed, the two parties signed a declaration of principle in which they agreed on the way forward. And they have both submitted draft peace agreements, and we have put together one that incorporates both of their suggestions, and we've given it to them. So we're in the process of finalizing
Looking
this.
good, right?
Looking very good.
No, we have to thank you for even those efforts, because the African continent, particularly SADC, our Southern African Development Community, has for years been seeking to foster peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So all efforts, including those from outside the continent and inside the continent, are really worthwhile. We are removed.
Do they care if you talk about the Congo or the Democratic Republic of the Congo? Do these two people care if there's if people call them different things? Because those are two completely different countries, right?
With removing.
Or am I mixing them up with another two countries in Africa?
Our troops from there so that peace can then prevail in that whole area. And we hope that with the support of the international community, we will really have peace in that area. It's so vital, it's so important for the whole region.
Well, we sent our people there, and I think we did a very good job. I said it by my friend, and that was great. That was great. I mean, I'm just hearing phenomenal reports, because all I'm hearing is death, and they're chopping heads off, and it's horrible over there. And it was really brave of you to go there, and I really appreciate it. And it looks like we have something very, very substantial. We also talked about trade with them in terms of rare earth and all, but really more for the. It's like if you take a look at what we just did with Pakistan and India, we
fixed it,
settled
solved
that whole thing, and I think I settled it through trade. We're doing a big deal with. India, we're doing a big deal with Pakistan, and I said, what are you guys doing? Somebody had to be the last one to shoot, but the shooting was getting worse and worse, bigger and bigger, deeper and deeper into the countries, and we spoke to them, and I think I hate to say we got it settled, and then 2 days later, something happens, and they say it's Trump's fault, but Pakistan has got some excellent people and some really great leader. And India is my friend, Modi. And he's a
mutual friend.
Yeah, he's a great guy. And I called them both, and we just did something good. We're trying to settle Russia, Ukraine. We spoke with President Putin for 2.5 hours.
Wow.
The day before yesterday.
Big
I think
phone
we made
call.
a lot of progress, but that's a bloodbath. 5,000 people are being killed a week. 5,000 soldiers a week, not including people in
Russian
cities
and
and
Ukrainian.
towns that are also being killed. So we're trying to help. And it
recall-
doesn't affect us. It's not our people. It's not our soldiers. It's not our.
Why is he
it's
talking about this
Ukraine
with the
and
South
it's
African
Russia.
president?
But if we can save 5,000 souls, we'll do it. We're pretty good at it. But that's a bad situation. That is a really bad situation.
Well, you'd recall when President Zelensky was coming to South Africa, that's when I spoke to you.
That's right.
We both agreed that we need to push the peace message so that there can really be peace. And we've been involved in the Ukraine-Russia conflict for quite a while. So my Minister of state security here. We've been dealing with them, the exchange of children were taken away, going through names and addresses and all that. So we've been invested in that whole process as well. And the moves that you're making are fully supported by us because we would like to see the end of that war.
Oh, shit. Would they bring up the Israel-Palestine stuff? Because South Africa, for the past several decades, has seen itself as like a close ally, I think, with the Palestinian people. They're the ones that brought the case to the International Court of Justice on behalf of, against Israel, on behalf of the Palestinians.
Zelensky, and they said, he's in South Africa. I said, what the hell is he doing in South Africa?
He was talking to us.
We got this from.
Yeah, Trump's like, why would he be in that dog shit place?
What are you doing in South Africa?
Yes.
That's a strange one.
He's trying to make peace.
That's a strange one. Who gives a fuck about your country?
You know, we were lucky because we had the great Nelson Mandela, who taught us how to create peace, to make peace. So we were imparting some of those lessons to him, some of those learnings.
But what do you guys know about peace? Oh my God, say it, please.
To him that this is how Nelson Mandela taught us that when you want to have a peace in a country, do it on an unconditional basis and sit down and talk. And that's precisely what I'm sure he's going to heed.
Well, we're going to see what happens with that one. It's there's a lot of hatred.
Yeah.
There's a lot of death. It's a bloodbath.
It is.
Goddamn bloodbath.
I get the satellite pictures of that field, of that killing field. You never saw anything like it in your life. It's horrible. It's a horrible thing that goes on, but I think we've made big progress. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No, not you. Right here. He's from South Africa. Go ahead, please.
What are you expecting on the ICJ case? Are you expecting South Africa to drop that? Is that what you're trying to do?
On which case?
The ICJ
The International
case.
Oh shit! And he's like, I have to say International Court just because Trump has no idea what ICJ even fucking stands for.
Justice.
I don't expect anything, to be honest. I really don't. I don't know.
Trump has no idea. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know what the ICJ is. He has no clue. Trump has no clue about any of this. I hate it. I actually hate it. Dude, when I said I did a Piers episode this morning, it's actually such bullshit. Trump will never, ever be accused of being senile because he's a fucking retard. When you're a retard, you can't be senile. You're just always retarded. Senile people are smart people who now speak like they're retarded. Trump was retarded and is retarded and will forever be retarded. It's such bullshit.
They've got a case, there's a lot of anger there, tremendous anger. I don't expect anything. We'll see what happens. We'll have
Hold on. I'm so curious if he says anything. Does he even know what's being spoken about, or is he just trying to be as general as possible?
Anger there, tremendous anger. I don't expect anything. We'll see what happens. We'll have a ruling, and who knows what the ruling is going to mean. Yeah.
On that subject of Gaza, Mr. President, are you going to be speaking to Prime Minister Netanyahu about Israel renewed offensive there? There's been a lot of concern from European countries. The Pope has expressed concern. Are you going to be asking Prime Minister Netanyahu to tone down the offensive in Gaza to let more aid in?
Was that a question or a statement? This guy's, you never change.
Mr. President, this time, what would it take for you to be convinced that there's no white genocide in South Africa?
Well, I can answer that for the president.
No.
It's for him. No, seriously.
I'd rather have him in.
Sure, I'd rather answer that. It will be.
Our president will respond to you.
Yeah, let me,
Thank you, Mr. President.
It will take.
Sorry, I dropped a thing. Wait, what did you say?
For him. Well, I can answer.
Convinced that there's
Never change.
Mr. President, this time, what would it take for you to be convinced that there's no white genocide in South Africa?
Oh, there's no white genocide in South Africa. Ooh, okay.
Well, I can answer that for the president. It's for him. No, seriously.
I'd rather have him in.
Sure, I'd rather answer that. It will be.
Our president will respond to you.
Yeah, let me,
Thank you, Mr. President.
It will take President Trump listening to the voices of South Africans, some of whom are his good friends, like those who are here. When we have talks between us on the quiet table.
Remember, so this is supposed to be a thing that Trump should have a really strong opinion on. In a functioning government, okay, Donald Trump needs to have an incredibly strong opinion on this because we are currently rejecting TPS, temporary protected status, for a whole bunch of classes of people in the United States, but we are opening it up to people from South Africa. And the purported reason, I believe, is because there is a white genocide going on there. So for President Donald Trump, who has extended an executive privilege, I believe it's TPS, right? That's the executive thing that's being used to have South Africans that are being persecuted come into this country. He needs to believe that there is a white genocide happening. It can't be that there is no white genocide, because then why are these people claiming asylum and coming here? But I don't think Trump has literally no idea. He doesn't know he has no clue what's being spoken about right now. Oh my God.
It will take President Trump to listen to them. I'm not going to be repeating what I've been saying. I would say if there was Afrikaner farmer genocide, I can bet you these three gentlemen would not be here, including my Minister of Agriculture. He would not be with me. So
white friends.
it'll take him, President Trump, listening to their stories, to their perspective. That is the answer to your question.
But, Mr. President, I must say that we have,
Wait. He's like, wait a second. Elon talked to me about this. There is a white genocide. And by him saying I need to listen, is he implying that I'm wrong? Hold on.
President, I must say that we have, we have thousands of stories talking about it. Sure. And we have documentaries, we have news stories, and then
documentary. Oh my God! Maybe Trump was watching our stream. Wait, did we ever watch Lauren's? I don't even know what the name of the South Africa documentary is. Maybe he was watching us watch it.
Natalie here, somebody here to turn that. I could show you a couple of things, and I have to. It has to be responded to.
Yeah, sure.
Let me see the articles, please, if you would, and turn the lights down.
The articles?
Turn the lights down. And just put this on, it's right behind you. Johan.
There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president.
What is he doing?
No we don't care. We can do whatever you want.
Wait, he has clips? He has clips in a theater set up for the South African president. What the fuck?
Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land. Yeah. South Africa occupy land. That's who we are. What can we do by membership from this useless parliament? Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act. Shoot, kill, revolutionary act. Shoot, kill.
He has no. Oh shit! He's like, oh my. He's like, I have no fucking idea. What the fuck am I? Like, I came in here to glaze the guy. I figured this would just be a normal glaze up. And he's like, oh shit. Am I about to say the wrong shit and get Zelensky'd? Am I about to get nuked? Why are you laughing at blacks wanting to kill Afrikaners? Because I went to a U.S. Educational institution, and I believe in reverse racism, and I support it. Video games. What is this guy doing? Oh, he's looking around. He's like, how much longer is this? Trump is like, this is the first time I'm seeing this, so. Oh my God, he's like, get a load of this shit. Trump was like, that was some real shit. Look at him, look at Trump. This guy's like, okay. Trump's like, did you hear that? That's kind of fucked up, right? What is this genocide shit?
Is a white man. So these people, when you want to hit them hard, go after a white man. They feel a terrible pain because you attack a white man. Not because Pajama and Sony will not be touched. They will be touched, no one. But we are starting with this white man. We are cutting the throat of white men in Ghana. Shoot, kill, Yamasa, kill the blue one.
the Papa, the Papa, the Papa.
Bro, I can hear the video in the other room screaming. It has to be so fucking awkward. Oh my god. How long is this? Trump loaded up the whole, he's got a whole documentary. Trump's like, yeah, I thought we would just watch this 90-minute piece. I just think it's very informative.
Not for the killing of white people, at least for now. I can see the picture. Yeah, but I mean, do you understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter? They freak out. It sounds like a genocidal.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist in Washington.
Can we get a sanity check on what's going on here? What's going on here, this is the evolution of 20 years of Republicans telling you that expertise and education doesn't matter. That's what this is. So now we have an actual fucking retard who is the head of state, president of our country, who doesn't know anything about anything. And what's even sadder is he doesn't have the capacity to gather information about anything. Like, he's not anything that he was promised to be. He's not even a good businessman. Because if he was a good businessman, he'd at least know, I need to get some people to like keep me informed of this shit. But he doesn't. He's like, the #1 national security threat, if you wanted to destroy the United States of America, if you wanted to destroy this country, the best thing to do would be to launch a kinetic attack against all of the Crayola manufacturing plants in the United States, and then wait for the crayons to run out so that Trump can no longer receive security briefings from the people that draw them with Crayola crayons for him, and then just start doing shit and he'll have no idea what's going on. That's where we're at right now, okay?
You're watching an Oval Office meeting between President Trump and the president of South Africa.
They have to remind us, just in case you're not sure what the fuck. This is not an episode of Joe Rogan, by the way. This is like our president and the president of another country, and this is what's going on.
Visiting the White House today, Cyril Ramaphosa. And what we're seeing at this moment, it appears, is a video presentation that has been prepared by the White House, seemingly for this moment. Not typical that we would see a monitor pulled into the Oval Office.
And by a White House, they mean some Twitter account that has some statue of some Greek philosopher that the person's probably never read anything from before, whose name is like Savior of the West, XXX69 N-word.
In this way, and what appears to be an edited video that is a part of the conversation that had been happening around white South Africans and the accusations made by the president and others that there was a genocide happening in South Africa as it relates to the white minority in that country, and this video seeming to offer some proof of that accusation. Let's listen to the president.
These are burial sites right here. Burial sites.
Oh, he knows one thing. My suits are in here that I have never worn yet, that I paid so much money for.
White farmers, and those cars are lined up to pay love on a Sunday morning. Each one of those white things you see is a cross, and there's approximately 1,000 of them. They're all white farmers, the family of white farmers.
Jesus Christ!
And those cars aren't driving, they're stopped.
This is the equivalent, okay? Rewind is an ex-post from Elon Musk. This would be the equivalent of Donald Trump bringing Netanyahu in and then showing a 30-minute Hamas propaganda video and be like, that right there, this is a cross for every single dead Palestinian child murdered by the IDF. And just like, oh my God.
There to pay respects to their family member who was killed. And it's a terrible sight. I've never seen anything like it.
There's a lot of stuff he's never seen anything like.
Both sides of the road you have crosses.
Apparently. But okay, Chief. Commander-in-Chief, I guess, I should say.
Those people were all killed.
Have they told you where that is, Mr. President? No, I'd like to know where that is.
Excuse me. We don't do fact-checking here. I don't know what country you're from, all right? In the south of Africa. They didn't tell me. They just said you were from South Africa. I don't know what country, okay? But we don't do fact-checking here in the goddamn US of A. Now shut the fuck up before I rename your country something related to mine, okay?
Because this I've never seen. I don't. Okay.
I mean, it's in South Africa. That's
We need to find out.
If we opened a poly market, what do you think are the chances that Donald Trump doesn't know that South Africa is like an actual country? I wonder if there's a chance of that. No, he would have to. But I feel like it could be like 15% that he doesn't actually know that. I feel like there's like a chance. I feel like there's a chance.
Mr. President, the Pentagon announced it would be accepting a Qatari jet to be used as Air Force One.
What are you talking about?
Wait. Did they just move on from that? They're not going to say anything? Wait, what? Wait.
Okay.
Mr. President, the Pentagon announced it would be accepting a Qatari jet to be.
They just moved to it. What? This is like an episode of Eric and Andre or whatever. That's what this is, right? Or what's the other Adult Swim one? Tim and Eric, or was that it? This is like a what even is this? Is this an AI generated video? I have.
Used as Air Force One.
What are you talking about?
He's like, are we gonna talk about that? Because you kind of just showed like 10 minutes of propaganda about my country. Now I'm calling propaganda. I don't know if it's true or false. It is obviously propaganda. I don't know how true the underlying claims are. Also, just as a quick thing, because people keep linking these, how do Elon fans cope with the fact that Grok, like, constantly fucking fact checks Elon, and he's like never on Elon or the conservative side? Like Grok, every time I see Grok called in for a fact check, it's like never on the side of the conservatives. Do they? Your chain keeps touching the mic? Good. I want you to know that I'm glitzied out.
What are you talking about? You gotta get out of here. What does this have to do with the Qatari jet? They're giving the United States Air Force a jet, okay? And it's a great thing. We're talking about a lot of other things. It's NBC trying to get off the subject of what you just saw. You are a real, you're a terrible reporter. Number one, you don't have what it takes to be a reporter. You're not smart enough. But for you to go into a subject about a jet that was given to the United States Air Force, which is a very nice thing. They also gave $5.1 trillion worth of investment in addition to the jet. Go back, you ought to go back to your studio at NBC, because Brian Roberts and the people that run that place, they ought to be investigated. They are so terrible the way you run that network.
So
and you're a disgrace. No more questions from you. Go ahead.
No more questions.
Go ahead, talk about that. His name is Peter something. He's a terrible reporter. Quiet. Let's go.
Thank you so much. President Trump, Adam Zalston from EMCA in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
What would you like President Ramaphosa to do about the situation that we've just seen on the screen?
I don't know.
He has no idea, bro.
Look, these are articles over the last few days.
He brought out pictures
of.
Why did he ambush? Why is he ambushing the South African president in the fucking White House? Why is he doing this? He's setting this guy up so much for what? I bet Elon gave him all. He's like, bro, this will be fucking hilarious. And people are going to see you as so strong, as such a great leader.
People. Death. 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 Horrible death. Death.
Daily Mail.
I don't know.
New York Post.
To pick anyone, white South Africans are fleeing because of the violence and racist laws.
Like, you are accusing the man next to you of presiding over a genocide. You understand that, right? Like, or am I missing something? Is this guy like pro? He believes that this South African president doesn't believe the white genocide narrative, I imagine, right?
And this is all. I mean, I'll give these to you. So when you say, what would I like to do? I don't know what to do. Look at this. White South African couple say, that they were attacked violently.
President Trump, when will you go and see for yourself if it isn't?
Well, I could do that. Look, here's burial sites all over the place. These are all white farmers that are being buried. And he asks about a jet that was given. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You know, you are so bad. You're such a bad reporter. This is one after another. This family was wiped out. I'm just looking.
Can we get a report from President Trump? What's your reaction to those videos, Mr. President?
Well, I think the videos are so. No. When you look at the videos, I mean, how does it get worse? And these are people that are officials, and they're saying that kill the white farmer and take their land. That's what. And I have other friends in South Africa. I have people that left. One in particular that says you can't go there. He said they want to take your land. They take your land and they kill you. It's okay, and they say it's okay to do. Now we're going to talk about it. But this is a tremendous look. This is a story recent. These are all people that recently got killed.
Yeah.
And I don't know how it can get any worse. These are. And you know, the men that you saw, the people that you saw in that movie, those are officials. Those are people that were in office. They had
part of this guy's government.
March, they had a dance in your parliament, whatever you may call it, legislature.
Let me clarify that.
Yeah.
Let me clarify that, because what you saw, the speeches that were being made, one, that is not government policy. We have a multi-party democracy in South Africa that allows people to express themselves, political parties to adhere to various policies, and in many cases, or in some cases, those policies do not go along with government policy. Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow
like the
them
AFD.
to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can take land.
And then when they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
Jesus.
Nothing happens to them.
There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity, are not only white people. Majority of them are black people.
Uh-oh.
And we have now brutalized.
The farmers are not black. I don't
now
say that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black. And the people that are being killed in large numbers, and you saw all those grave sites, and those are people that loved ones going, I guess on a Sunday morning, they told me, to pay respect to their loved ones that were killed. Their heads chopped off. They died violently. And you know, I mean, we're here to talk about it, and I didn't know we'd get involved here, but I will say this, that if the news wasn't fake, like NBC, which is fake news, totally, one of the worst, ABC, NBC, CBS, horrible. But if they weren't fake news like this jerk that we have here, if we had real reporters, they'd be covering it. But the fake news in this country doesn't talk about that. They don't want to talk about it, but now they have to talk about it. But they won't. This won't even be a subject. They'll have him talking about why did a country give a free, think of this, why did a country give an airplane to the United States Air Force?
He cares about that right now.
Okay, the United States, not to me, to the United States Air Force, so they could help us out, because we need an Air Force One until that's Air Force One, it's being built. 2 of them being built. But Boeing's a little bit late, unfortunately. So why did they give us a plane to the United States Air Force? That's what that idiot talks about after viewing a thing where thousands of people are dead.
I'm sorry, I don't have a plane to give you.
I wish you did. I take it. I would take it. If your country offered the United States Air Force a plane, I would take it.
Okay. But coming back to this issue, which I really would like us to talk about, and talk about it very calmly. We were taught by Nelson Mandela that whenever there are problems, people need to sit down around a table and talk about them.
Well, there are
and this is precisely what we would also like to talk about, including, of course, trade matters, investment matters. So the issues that concern you as the United States,
those are all those are all bets.
Yeah, in many ways, I mean, one should say you are a partner of South Africa, and you are raising concerns, and these are concerns that we are willing to talk to you about. Let me just add quickly, you know, the criminality that we are experiencing in our country needs quite a lot of technological capability. And in one of our areas in South Africa, we're using US technology, which is able to, in many ways, identify where shootings are happening and all that. And I'd like to talk about that, because there is support that we can get from you as the United States to help us deal with all these acts of criminality. And that is what I believe partnership is all about. And we are here as a partner so that we can help each other whenever there are challenges. So I'd like us to discuss it, and of course outside of the media, so that we sit down and have a really good discussion that will lead to good outcomes.
Are there any other further punitive measures that could be in place should you not be satisfied that South Africa is fixing some of the very bad things, inverted commas, that you tweeted are happening?
Well, there are a lot of bad things happening in many countries, but this in particular has been very, very bad, and because of we're going to have the whole world watching in another short period of time, because you have the G20, and that's a big deal. And it seems like, I mean, I want you to look good. I don't want you to look bad.
Very good.
But we have hundreds of people, thousands of people trying to come into our country because they feel they're going to be killed, and their land is going to be confiscated. And you do have laws that were passed that gives you the right to confiscate land for no payment. You can take away land for no payment.
I want to clarify that, because we have a constitution. Our constitution guarantees and protects the sanctity of tenure of land ownership. And that constitution protects all South Africans with regard to land ownership. However, we do say, because we've got to deal with the past, the government, and as your government also has the right to expropriate land for public use.
And you're doing that.
And we've never really gotten underway with that. And we are going to be doing so.
You're taking people's land away.
We have not.
From them. And those people in many cases are being executed. Yeah. They're being executed. And they happen to be white, and most of them happen to be farmers. Mm-hmm. And that's a tough situation. I don't know how you explain that. How do you explain that? They're taking people's land away, and in many cases those people are being executed, and in many cases it's not the government that's doing it, it's people that kill them and then take their land, and nothing happens to them. But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country. They're also going to Australia in a smaller number. But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country, and they're white farmers, and they feel that they're going to die in South Africa, and it's a bad thing. Yeah,
what can South Africa do? What concessions would you like to see them make to improve relations with the United States? Then I have one more for President Ramaphosa afterwards.
Well, we just spoke about, I got them a very, very complex machine, 150 of them. I was asked by the president if it could help, and I did that. And, I have great feeling for all countries. I deal with all countries. But I have a great feeling for South Africa because I have friends. I have a couple of friends, a few friends here today. I have many friends from South Africa, but many of those friends are not, they can't go back. I have Elon is from South Africa. I don't want to get Elon involved. That's all I have to do, get him into another thing. But Elon happens to be from South Africa. This is what Elon wanted. He actually came here on a different subject, sending rockets to Mars, okay? Yes. He likes that better. He likes that subject better. But Elon is from South Africa, and I don't want to talk to him about that. I don't think it's fair to him. That's right. But I will say that people are fleeing South Africa for their own safety. Their land is being confiscated, and in many cases they're being killed. And that scene of You see how many crosses they have. Those crosses, that's a dead person in every one of them.
Oh, God.
And those trucks or cars are paying their respects to all of those dead people on a Sunday morning. That's a rough thing to explain away. And the problem we have, and the way, you know, a correct and a fair media exposes things. But we have a very corrupt media. They won't even report this. If this were the other way around, it would be the biggest story. Now, I will say apartheid, terrible. That was the biggest story. That was reported all the time.
Thanks, Trump.
This is sort of the opposite of apartheid. What's happening now is never reported. Nobody knows about it. All we know is we're being inundated with people, with white farmers from South Africa. And
nobody knows about it. Here's some documentaries and a whole bunch of clips of everybody talking about this, by the way. Holy shit. Is he going to say anything, or does he just have to completely cuck out on this?
it's a big problem. Marco Rubio was telling me he's never seen anything like it. The numbers of people that want to leave South Africa because they feel they're going to be dead very soon. Yes, please. Brian, go.
If I could just ask you a question. 72% of farmers in your country are white. If they flee, do you feel that maybe the economy could collapse? You may not have a gap to fill in those people that need to replace those farmers.
You know, I'd like my Minister of Agriculture, who is white, who comes from an opposition party to mine, who's joined my government at my invitation to address this very issue, including the question that you've just raised. John?
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Mr. President, welcome us to the White House. I would say we have a rural safety problem in South Africa. I don't think anyone wants to candy coat that. And it requires a lot of effort to get on top of it. It's going to require more policing resources. It's going to require a different strategy to be able to deal with it. But certainly the majority of South Africa's commercial and smallholder farmers really do want to stay in South Africa and make it work. And I've just come from the largest agricultural show in the Southern Hemisphere with organized agriculture and farmers, and the majority of them want to stay. But they too there have a memorial to those who've died as a result of farm attacks. And as the Minister of Agriculture, it is something that I'm particularly exercised with my colleagues at police and my colleagues in the justice cluster to start making farm attacks and stock theft a priority crime. And it affects all farmers in South Africa, particularly stock theft. It has a disproportionate effect on smallholder black farmers. I also want to just say this, that the two individuals that are in that video that you've seen are both leaders of opposition minority parties in South Africa. Nkonto Wesizwe under Mr. Zuma.
Is this, so I don't, again, I'm being honest, I don't know anything about South African politics. Is this guy like a big political enemy of this guy? Is he like totally on like a different team and like Trump and them brought him in to like go at it with this dude, or is he, no?
And the economic freedom fighters under Mr. Malema. Now the reason
came with the president. He's like a minister. Oh, he's a minister of the government. Oh, so he's part of the government. Okay, okay.
Party, the Democratic Alliance,
gotcha.
Which has been an opposition party for over 30 years, chose to join hands with Mr. Ramaphosa's party, was precisely to keep those people out of power. We cannot have those people sitting in the union buildings making decisions. And that is why after 30 years of us exchanging barbs across the floor in Parliament and trying to get one over on each other, we've decided to join hands precisely to keep that lot out of government. Because the day they get in to the doors of the union buildings in South Africa or control of our parliament, that's what you're going to see. And that is why this government, working together, needs the support of our allies around the world so that we can strengthen our hand, grow our economy, and shut the door forever on that rabble getting through the doors of the union buildings, because then South Africa's future would be...
So you denounced that type of language in the video that you saw?
Oh yes, we've always done so. As government, as my own party, we are completely opposed to that. We, in 1955, adopted a document which said South Africa belongs to all who live in it.
But why wouldn't you arrest that man? That man said, kill the white farmer.
Arrest that man. Gee, he's like, you guys are in Africa and you're black. Can't you guys just like do crazy shit? Like we were talking about how cool earlier, like the Congo and Rwanda and all that. Can't you guys like do that again? Like why not just arrest these people and throw them in jail or kill them, right?
Farmers kill the white farmers, and then he danced, and he's dancing, and it's kill the white farmers. I think, I'm not sure, but I think if somebody got up in Parliament and started saying kill a certain group of people, he would be arrested very quickly. That man is going all over South Africa, and that's not a small party. That was a stadium that holds 100,000 people, and I hardly saw an empty seat. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of representation. And those crosses, we have dead white people, dead white farmers.
The worst type of dead people, dead white people.
And you take a look at Australia, they're being inundated, and we're being inundated with people that want to get out. And their farm is valueless, it's valueless, and they just want to get out with their life. And this is a very serious situation. And if we had a real news or real press or media, we don't have that because they won't talk about this because they're all guys like that idiot. But if we had a real press,
they'd be talking about South
exposed.
Africa more.
And you know, the beauty of exposing it is it's like a cleansing action. When it gets exposed, it'll get fixed. That's when it'll get fixed. But people don't talk about it. And I'll tell you who's talking about the thousands of people that are fleeing South Africa right now.
We discussed USAID and the devastating impact the cuts are having across the African continent.
You know, it's devastating, and hopefully a lot of people are going to start spending a lot of money. And I've talked to other nations. We want them to chip in and spend money too. And we've spent a lot, and it's a tremendous problem going on in many countries. A lot of problems going on. The United States always gets the request for money. Nobody else helps, as you know. Europe doesn't help. Europe hasn't given anything. All they do is sue our companies. You know, they sue Apple, and they sue all of our companies. Apple had to pay $17 billion on a nonsense lawsuit. Very unfair. But we're going to always be there to help.
The Afrikaner Exchequer rights to South African broadcasting. If this Afrikaner resettlement issue is resolved, we're going to go into a room after this. You guys are going to talk. If it is resolved, what is the potential for the future-looking relationship between the United States?
It's got to be resolved. It should be resolved. It's a little bit bad when you see a stadium with 100,000 people in it, because that means it's more than just a little movement. It's a pretty big movement in South Africa. So it has to be resolved. It'll be the end of the country if it's not.
But is there potential for the relationship moving forward?
I hope so. That's why I'm here. I mean, I'm not here for my health. I'm here to see what it is. No, I'd like to see. I have friends. I can tell you, Ernie Els and Retief Goosen, they feel so strongly they wanted to be here on behalf of South Africa, not on behalf of me.
Yes.
And, you know, they said, can we be here for this? Because they love the country. Ernie, do you guys want to say a couple of words? I hate to put you in this. This is tougher than sinking a 3-footer. They have, and they've sank many 3-footers.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thanks for the honor of being here. We've known each other a long time. We have spoken. You know, we're proud South Africans. I still have my South African passport. You know, we travel with this passport, you know, and I got my visa here. So, you know, but we want to see things get better in our home country. That's the bottom line. It's been 35 years since the transition. President Ramaphosa was right in the middle of the transition time in 1990 and before that. So it's been 35 years of ANC government, and I know there's a lot of anger, you know, through the transition. There was also a lot of stuff happening in the apartheid days. You know, we grew up in the apartheid era, but I don't think two wrongs makes a right. You know, President Mandela, when he came out of prison for all that time, didn't come out with hatred, you know, and really unified our nation through sport. You know, we won the Rugby World Cup in '95.
4 times.
We won the African Nations Cup, soccer. You know, we won some majors as golfers and so forth. So what I'm trying to say is, you know, this has been a long time coming. That's why we really wanted to meet you, meet the administration, and see our way forward, because we still want to see our country flourish. You know, we've got some great things going on. Business is getting involved with government. Farmers are getting involved in local municipalities, trying to rebuild some of the infrastructure that's been decaying for a long time. So there's a lot of coexistence going on and help from a lot of areas. But I feel we need the US to push this thing through. We've got a great ally if we can have the US. It's always been an ally of South Africa for a very long time. Even in the days of the war, you know, up in Angola, you know, you guys helped us. So very important for us to have your support and you know, get the change we need.
Where did you do that well? He might have done that even better than he plays golf, which is almost impossible. Johan, please.
Sorry, Mr. President. If you had to wind all of those plates properly, you will see I'm the biggest target for that rabble-rouser. Number one for over 10 years. Mr. Malema. In fact, the first time I met him, he was in the youth league with that gentleman. And look how he's changed.
Right.
We have too many deaths.
This guy's a mega racist? Okay, I have to unplug something and plug something in. I have no idea what's backed up or what's like not on power or not, so I don't know if it's gonna kill my shit. I hope it doesn't. It shouldn't, maybe. Actually, I don't even know because I'm too lazy to check all the connections, so. Okay, if we disappear, I'll come back. I'll be right back. Did anything die? Are we good? Fuck, hold on, my mouse won't go to the other monitor. Why? How's that even possible? Oh, okay. Nice. Good luck.
But it's across the board. It's not only white farmers. It's across the board. And we need technological help. We need Starlink at every little police station. We need drones.
Wait, what is this? Stop! These monitors keep shutting on and off. Stop.
Does this dox me? Pulse Clinic B, HTV, non-reactive.
Oh, shit. Is that something that's not actually what that looks like, or?
HUV negative, syphilis non-reactive, HIV positive.
Well, wait, I don't understand this, actually. I don't get this. Anti-HCV bioline, the result was non-reactive. The expectation is for it to be non-reactive. HSV test, negative. Normal is negative. Anti-TP, syphilis, whatever syphilis this is, non-reactive, expected to be non-reactive. HIV, AGAB,
Why is the normal... What? Who reads these? It's a teeter. You may have had HIV in the past. Yeah, I think this AGAB stuff is usually, it's a type of like antibody. But if your body is producing, I don't know why you fucking retards keep typing, read the interpretation part. It's not helping. Holy shit, please stop. If you're producing an antibody to something, usually that means that you usually that means you have an infection. That's my understanding of it. But I don't know why under normal, I don't know why it would say positive. I don't know what that means. I don't understand that. Did your tests not look like this? Yeah, but you would expect here normal would be non-reactive. That's what I would imagine. Or negative. You wouldn't test positive for having the antibodies for HIV. So I don't know why under normal it says positive. Could it be normal positive because it was detected on a previous test? I don't believe so. I think that normal here usually just tells you what the expectation of the test is if you don't have an infection. Non-reactive means that there's, I was about to bullshit. I don't know. They're looking for antibodies. Basically, when your body gets infected by a thing, your body produces antibodies to fight the infection. When you check, this is like a house moment. What looks like an infection, but isn't actually an infection? Oh, it's actually cancer in your fucking fifth boob, hiding under your fucking kneecap, right? When you are testing for diseases, I don't think you normally test for diseases. What happens is when your body's trying to fight a disease, your body makes like a little key lock, basically, that matches the disease. And then when you're testing a thing, you're testing for the body, the antibodies in your body. And if your body's made a key, it's like imagine you go into a room and somebody's got a vest on that says, you know, like I'm the thief murder force. Well, okay, well, there are probably fucking thieves here, right? That's why we have a thief murder force here. And before some fucking, well, actually retard brings up bacteria, stains, and yes, you can also grow stuff as well, but I think that AGAB test, I think, are looking for antibodies. A positive result in a 4th gen HIV AGAB test means that your test has detected either HIV antibodies, HIV P24 antigen, or both in your blood samples, so you're likely with HIV. Sure, I know. I understand that. I just don't know why under normal, I don't know why it says, because normal is usually, I think, your expected reading if you're not infected with something, or it'll give you a reference range for some test. I think normal is just a labeling error. Oh, like they fucked it up? Wait, did he kill his stream after this? Is that true? Or maybe in Thailand it's just normal to have AIDS. I feel like Wes memes the fuck out of literally everything. I feel like if he shut his stream off here, it was a meme. Like he edited this document for memes or something. Maybe? I'm a doctor. Normal means that he is within the normal range for these antibodies. If he had HIV, it would be much higher. What? I don't believe you. Your body shouldn't be producing any antibodies if that infection isn't present in your body. Your body doesn't just randomly produce antibodies to things. No? I've never heard of that before. Destiny, the thing with HIV is that there's no cure. It will stay in your body. The positive HIV 4th generation antibody test result indicates the presence of either three things. HIV-1, I don't know why you're putting the same thing in here. Okay. I'm guessing this is just a form error, maybe. That's my guess. Actually, wait a second. How fast can they do these fucking tests? Collected time, is that when they collected the sample? At 11:57 a.m.? And then they received time is when the lab, I'm guessing, so it was collected at 11:57. It was received by the lab like 14 minutes later. And then they had the results in 22 minutes and reported it to the patient? Is that normal? Can you do these tests that fast? I have no idea. It's minutes with the 4th gen test. Jesus. Well. Why do you, I don't understand why you guys are just typing the first thing that comes to your head and assuming either I'm retarded or the whole stream is retarded or that everyone is retarded. I've seen 4 people type this now. Positive appears in the normal column to indicate the expected result when the infection is present. Oh. So that means that he also has HCV, and it means he also has HBV, or whatever this is, and he also has syphilis, because they all match the result in the normal? Is that what that means? Like, so he has everything. I think that this is just incorrect. I think the sheet was written wrong. Although I don't know why, because I imagine this is like a boilerplate sheet. They don't type this up uniquely every single time. The only explanation is that he tested positive before, so the expected normal result. I don't think you would ever change it to adapt per patient. I've never heard of that in my life. I think the normal column isn't really saying positive is healthy. It's just the laboratory's reference range / cutoff column. It's the expected value for a healthy human. That's what it's supposed to be for. So if you're getting tested for a disease, the expectation is you don't have the disease. So the normal range here is going to give you the expected result, the range of results you can get. So for HIV, I imagine your expectation would be negative on all these tests. I don't know, we'll see. I think it's a meme, that's my guess, but we'll see. Back to us.
I actually got drones donated for the peace parks to stop elephant and rhino poaching. And his predecessor stopped.
Oh, unless. Maybe he did, if he edited it, he could have just thought that like, oh shit, under this I need to change that from negative to positive and from negative to positive, because he edited it and he thought they had to match or something. Maybe? I bet that's what happened.
The importation, because he said the United States would spy on us. I mean, US basics, the ridicule. So if you can help us. Remember, sir, you and I lived in New York in the 70s. We never thought New York could be what it became. To Commissioner Duff Mayer, we need your help to stop this awful killing. But it's across the board. Ernie's right now building a house in George. I'm building 3 cottages for my grandchildren on a farm outside Graaff-Reinet. I often go to bed without locking the door. And we have a serious problem with illegal aliens who stream across the border. And if you really look at our statistics, a lot of these murders, firstly it's unemployment and illegal aliens. And then I met Vice President Watts many years ago, the Charlie Rose show. My wife loved the book. And she reminded me this morning that you emphasized the devastation that occurs when big companies leave towns and cities, and there's a culture of dependency that develops. And I remember you discussing it.
You are watching live coverage in the Oval Office. President Trump meeting with the President of South Africa. Seated beside him here, Cyril Ramaphosa. I want to bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson, who's been watching along with us. Hallie, another extraordinary meeting inside the Oval Office, talking about a difficult topic, accusations that the White House, this administration, has made about genocide of white South African farmers. An accusation that obviously Mr. President Ramaphosa is pushing back against in this meeting today.
Yeah, it's not quite a Zelensky-level blow-up when, of course, President of Ukraine came in and there was that extraordinary moment in the Oval Office. But I'll tell you what,
it's not a Zelensky blow-up because people just don't know as much about this issue. But this was, in my opinion, this was way worse. The things that he was saying to this guy, depending on your perspective, this was way worse than what was said relating to the Zelensky stuff. Like, they literally ambushed this dude with a fucking Twitter documentary about fucking South African white genocide, and we are currently accepting refugees from this guy's country under the claim that they are being genocided by black people. Like, the only thing is that the guy's smart enough not to fight back against Trump because he knows it'll turn into a giant fucking shit show.
It is certainly an unexpected confrontation here. And the South African delegation seemed...
Could it be that he got PrEP to protect him from HIV? I believe that PrEP prevents you from actually acquiring the infection. It either helps your body create... Oh, well, does PrEP? I actually don't know how PrEP works. Does it help your body create the antibodies ahead of time? Or it does something so that the infection doesn't like take hold and you don't actually develop the infection. It kills it beforehand. I don't know how exactly. But
is certainly an unexpected confrontation here. And the South African delegation seemed taken aback, candidly, Aaron, just by the reaction in the room. We'll get more from inside the room. I'm sure you heard the voice of our colleague there acting as pool. But you heard some sort of awkward laughter and then silence, frankly, when President Trump and the Trump team there played this video. Again, the president has accused in recent months South Africa of genocide, and you have heard the South African president pushing back very strongly on this, pointing to his agriculture minister who was speaking there, pointing to a number of reasons why he says that is simply not true.
Oh my God. I wonder if, I doubt it, just because, I don't know actually, I wouldn't put it past him. I wonder if Netanyahu was also like goading on Trump for this. Because you know Netanyahu's watching this like, this motherfucker, hell yeah.
This confrontation here persists. You get the impression that perhaps President Trump wanted this to happen as it is playing out, wanted these potentially clearly uncomfortable moments here. There is a backdrop to this, of course, in that President Trump's close confidant has been for months now Elon Musk, who's from South Africa, who's also been outspoken and vocal on this. And it comes as the Trump administration has also, even as they have essentially shut down the U.S. to most refugees around the nation, have opened U.S. borders to white South Africans to come into the country here. So it is complicated geopolitically, but in the room, just some of these really stunning moments here between these two world leaders. What's interesting here, too, the schedule was a little bit different than we expected. So you have to wonder, how does this play out? Do they end up having the rest of their meetings as is expected throughout the course of the afternoon? Or does this short circuit here, Aaron, and what we're watching play out live right here?
And the president of South Africa.
So that is what we need to resolve. And your support, your partnership with us is what is really going to give us a strong capability to move forward.
Richie, do you have, excuse me, do you have anything to say? I mean, I don't want to leave you out. You know, the guy won 3 or 4 majors.
And he's talking about golf again.
That's a lot. By the way, 2's a lot. A lot of tournaments you won too. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. President Ramaphosa. I grew up in an area in South Africa that is a farmland area, Polokwane. And there is some issues up there. Obviously, my dad was a property developer as well as a part-time farmer. And yeah, some of these buddy farmers got killed. The farm is still going. My brothers run it. But it's a constant battle with farms they're trying to burn the farms down to chase you away. So it is a concern to try and make a living as a farmer. And at the end of the day, without farmers, there's no food on the plate. So we need the farmers to produce the food.
He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't even want to do what you're doing. Right? They love farming. They don't want to leave. But it's a struggle.
Yeah, and food and fresh water is the most important thing in life. Without those two things, you can't survive.
How is the water there?
The water is great. Obviously, all the water comes out of a borehole, out of ground for us down there. But yeah, it is a battle to get the water out sometimes when all the equipment gets stolen all the time that you're trying to get the water out.
So does your family and your brother, do they feel safe on the farm?
They live behind electric fences, try and be at night safe. But it is constant whenever you leave that something could happen. And
there's nowhere to live.
Both of them has been attacked in their houses. My mom's been attacked in her house when she was 80. So it is difficult. But the guys live a great life despite everything going on.
Something.
President Trump, I brought along the president of the largest trade union in our country, Ziggy Solosi.
We don't care about your guys. We care about our guys.
Many workers, more than 1 million, 2 million workers. And maybe we should give her a chance to say something because she's come all the way to join us.
Can my guy talk, please?
Mr. President Trump, for having us, and President, for extending the invitation to us as organized labor. And I must say that we are here to support the initiative that has been made by our government with business, of course, as organized labor. We've been coming to Washington on the AGOA trade relations in the previous regime. And I think at the center of it all, for me, it is exactly what Mr. Rupert has said, the importance of us growing the economy. We have always emphasized when we were here and kept on coming and negotiating on AGOA that the 600 US companies that are based in South Africa, as you said, President Ramaphosa, 500,000 jobs will be wiped out. We need more foreign direct investment in our country. We are not just talking about those that will lose employment, but we are talking about over 40% of people that are unemployed, that have no hope of ever finding a job. And we think that, correctly, as they have said, that we need to deal with the issue of porous borders in our country, so that everyone that comes in is documented. We also need to, and I would have thought that the minister would address the issue of land expropriation and how the policy works in South Africa. Recently, President, as you were preparing to come here on the news, in, I think it was in Natal, there was a handover of farms. And white farmers were saying, we are donating the land, but also there's a willing buyer, willing seller in South Africa. So there is no expropriation without compensation, but it is a willing buyer, willing seller. And that white farmer was even saying, President, that the government is even paying more in buying the land than
Trump
what
doesn't give a
the
fuck.
land
Is he about to fall asleep?
And I think those are the realities, President, that we must say that we need to address, of course, but also the importance of agriculture linked to AGOA. People rely on it, and I think, as Retief said, for survival and living. But lastly, for me, President, is also the issue of the crime statistics. There is no doubt about it that we are a violent nation, you know, for a number of reasons, and we're not condoning it. But also, if you go into the rural areas,
He's just sleepy, guys.
where black majority are, you would see women, elderly, being raped, being killed, being murdered, and these are black elderly women that would be found throat slits, raped multiple times, and all of that. And the problem in South Africa, it is not necessarily about race, but it is about crime. And we think that we are here to say, how do we, both nations, work together to reset, to really talk about investment, but also help us in how we can have the technology and everything that is needed, President, to really address the levels of crime that we have in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
President Trump,
Genocide is a very strong word. I'm wondering if you've made up your mind as to whether you believe genocide is occurring in South Africa, or you still doubt, and if you have made up your mind, why invite President Ramaphosa here today?
Well, I haven't made up my mind. I hate to see it from the standpoint of South Africa, but also, you know, I'm trying to save lives. I'm working with Russia and Ukraine. I don't have to do that. It's not our war. It was started by other people. It was helped along by our past administration. It would have never happened if I were president, but I'm trying to save lives. And no matter where. Rwanda, I have nothing to do with Rwanda and the Congo, but I felt I had a very talented person in this administration, and I sent him there, and he did an unbelievable job, I think. I mean, we're going to find out, but he's done the hardest part of the job. It should happen. If I can save lives, I want to save the lives. If it's in Africa, that's great. If it's in Europe, if it's wherever it may be. And it's a very small investment to do, believe me, compared to what the consequences are. So I hope we can do something. Look, I have so many friends. These two men, I have great admiration for them because I know what they do for a living.
Yeah.
And that's a very hard living. Going from city to city, from country to country, and hitting a ball 350 yards like they do, and
Better than you and I.
getting the ball in the hole. It's a very tough, with lots of people watching, right?
Yes,
That's a very tough living. You know, they're champions. I respect champions, and I respect very much. And I think the country is very lucky. They really wanted to be here.
That's true.
They could be elsewhere. They could be on a beautiful fairway someplace, and they wanted to be here. So.
My name is Yanda Ngobo from Newsroom Africa in South Africa.
Good.
How important is it for the United States to be at our G20 summit in November, given the relationship between our two countries? You just heard what has been said to you just now. Are you coming, and are you preparing to come?
So without the United States, the G20, just like the G7, used to be the G8, but brilliantly they threw Russia out. It would have been a lot better if Russia was in. You know, a lot of people would say, oh, that's not it. Because if Russia was in, you probably wouldn't have this
Russia,
war.
Russia.
And if you had a different president, you wouldn't have the war either. But we have a G7. It's important that the United States is in both of them. I think without the United States, I really believe it's not very important. It's not the same meaning.
As I said to President Trump, the U.S. really originated the G20. And it's important that the United States continues to play a key role in the G20. And we are privileged to be the president of the G20, but we are even overjoyed that we are going to hand over to the United States, who are the originators. And for that reason, I expect the United States to continue playing the leadership role in the G20 together with other countries. And I've said when I initially spoke to President Trump on the phone, I want him to come to South Africa for a state visit, and I also want him to come and participate in the G20. And I want to gladly hand over to President Trump to take the leadership of the G20 forward in November.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. You don't want to leave.
Thank you so much.
Nice. Good memes. I have to start like moving my desk and stuff, meaning I'm gonna have to turn my stream and shut off. But I can't wait for this thing to be over so I can talk a little bit more candidly about everything, but these are publicly filed now. This is probably some of the like most, I think, disgusting behavior that I think I've ever been subjected to, I think, in my entire life. It's actually unfucking believable, but so they have a proposed order for the court. Thankfully, they sent us this one ahead of time so we could talk about it. They're looking for a court order to compel Lolcow LLC to remove videos, Kiwi Farms. Comes now plaintiff Jane Doe, by and through undersigned counsel, and respectfully requests that the court enter an agreed proposed order to compel Lolcow LLC, which I'm guessing is probably the business entity of Joshua of Kiwi Farms or whatever. Kiwi Farms to remove specified URLs that link to the video and for the imposition of costs and attorney fees on defendant as follows, which is me. So they want me to pay for this somehow, okay? Plaintiff has been engaged in ongoing efforts to have the video removed from the multiple different platforms on which it was published, including the Kiwi Farms platform. Kiwi Farms is managed and operated by Lolcow LLC. The video was originally published on Kiwi Farms on November 29, 2024. On February 20, 2025, 2 days after the complaint in this action was filed, the custodian of records of Kiwi Farms removed the original post of the video and replaced it with the following message. I don't think it was removed. I think they just made us here to be logged in to actually see the shit, I think, but I don't even have an account on Kiwi Farms, so I don't know. But I think that's what it says here. So they repost Joshua's full statement. Although the original post, which included the link to the video, was removed by Kiwi Farms, the video resurfaced in multiple other posts on Kiwi Farms. Plaintiff had a subpoena served on Lolcow LLC on May 10th, 2025. The subpoena requested the production of certain documents and also the removal of the links to the video depicting plaintiff. Lolcow LLC / Kiwi Farms has cooperated with plaintiff's request to produce documents and has expressed its willingness to remove all specified URLs which link to the video upon receipt of an order from this court. Lolcow LLC has reviewed the proposed order attached hereto in redacted form as Exhibit A and has stated that it will not object and will comply once the order is entered by the court. Plaintiff is simultaneously filing a motion for leave to file under seal the unredacted proposed order. Oh, good job, they learned how to do this. Which contains the specific URLs that link to the video. Pursuant to the local rules, plaintiff met and conferred with the defendant regarding the instant motion. Defendant does not object to the entry of the proposed order to compel Lolcow LLC to remove the videos. I don't know if we're 100% on this yet, maybe. Plaintiff also requests an award of attorney's fees and related costs pursuant to 15 U.S.C. 6051 incurred as a direct result of defendant's unlawful disclosure of the video. A direct? Like, did I post it on here? But okay, whatever. Plaintiff's expenses include legal and professional services necessary to pursue removal of the unlawful content from Kiwi Farms, so writing an email. Although defendant has averred efforts to remove the unlawful content, he has provided no evidence of such efforts and has not succeeded in having any content removed. I mean, neither of you guys. I feel like, was it in my filings in here? Didn't I show screenshots of me like working with plaintiff to report stuff? I feel like I did. But I don't remember if they were in the filings or not. The plaintiff was forced to act at her own expense to mitigate ongoing harm. The defendant should bear the cost of that mitigation. Wherefore, plaintiff respectfully requests a court's order, Lolcow LLC to remove specific URLs, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I would object to some of the wording in here, but like on its face, this is it's fine. So my suggestion was, if we want to do like a court order to take stuff down, like why don't we do a court order to take down like all of the explicit material? And they said, no, not unless you pay us money. And I'm like, really? And then they're asking for us to cover by pay money, like pay whatever the attorney's fees are. And it was like, seriously? It's actually unreal to me. But whatever, I guess. Like, good times. I don't think we're opposing this motion or order, but Doesn't that just say they aren't really worried about the material staying up? But they only want to remove just the videos involving plaintiff. That's it. But they don't care about anything else, including the other people that they name in their complaint over and over again, I guess. But why did you file it in your case? Who the fuck knows?
We are on the record at 9:16.
Okay, meeting, we're watching this.
Today is March 12, 2018. This is the video testimony of Robert Abrams.
Does the judge react to this now? No, but we have a hearing on the 6th or the 4th or 3rd or something. I don't know. We have a hearing in a couple weeks, thankfully. So, what is this? I literally have no idea. People just linked it like 20 times. Said it was epic memes.
Markovitz versus Jacob Daniel et al. Case number 17 CD 30522 in District Court for the City and County of Denver, Colorado. Today we're located at 110 16th Street, Suite 1400 in Denver. I am the videographer, Timothy Auermeyer. The co-reporter is Divine Basinger. Will all attorneys please introduce themselves, beginning with the plaintiffs?
Thomas Werge on behalf of plaintiff Justin Moskowitz.
Attorney Robert Abrams, license 37950, appearing pro se.
But actually, now that you bring up the fact that they want us to pay for their fees, maybe we do oppose this motion. I'm not sure, actually. I don't know if we've talked that much about it yet.
Neil Sullenberger, attorney registration 48698 for the firm.
Will the co-reporter please swear in the deponent?
Attorney, I ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Abrams. As you know, my name's Tom Werge. I'm counsel for plaintiff Justin Moskowitz in this lawsuit. And do you understand why you've been asked to give your deposition today?
No.
Are you aware that your firm, Abrams and Associates, is a defendant in a lawsuit that's going to trial next month?
Yes.
And are you aware that you are a witness regarding the actions of Abrams and Associates?
Yes.
Have you had your deposition taken before?
I think so.
When have you had your deposition taken before?
I don't recall.
How many times?
I don't recall.
You're sitting here today under oath. You have no idea whether you've been deposed before?
I've answered that question. Object to form. Move on.
Mr. Abrams, have you been deposed
Object to form.
Object to form. Move to certify the question. If you feel that I haven't answered, then you can move for a sanction.
We're going to go ahead and stop the deposition at this point and dial the special master.
We're going off the record?
No, we're staying on the record, please.
Okay.
Would you be prepared to read back my answer to the special master regarding counsel's questions as to whether or not I answered that question?
Good morning. Could we speak with David Tenner, please?
Let me check and see if he's good. May I ask who's calling?
Thank you. Yes, these are the parties from the Moskowitz versus Dahlman matter, and we are in the middle of a deposition this morning.
Okay, hold on just a moment.
Thank you.
What is a special master? I don't even know what that means. Who do they like manage deposition intakes or something for a case, or?
He is not in the office at the moment. Can I get a number and have him call you back?
Yes, that would be great. If you could please.
Okay, I'll send him an email right now.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
We
Mr.
stay on the
Abrams.
record here?
Yeah, we're still on the record. Yeah. Mr. Abrams, I want to ask you one more time. Have you had your deposition taken before?
Object to form.
Asked and answered, move on.
You need to answer the question.
The question was answered. Excuse me, have her read it back.
Mr. Abrams, this is not your deposition.
Please don't harass me.
No, I'm not harassing.
I mean, I think you can answer that you don't remember, you don't recall. I think you're allowed to do that, right? Like you gave an answer. I don't think the guy can just ask him over and over again until he says something different now.
I'm going to move for sanctions
I'm
against
asking
you.
you to
If you're not
answer
going
the
to
questions.
allow
He just
her-
answered the question.
He did not answer the question.
He just said he did not recall. That's an answer to the question.
So it's your testimony under oath today, Mr. Abrams, that you do not recall whether or not you've ever been deposed before.
Asked and answered. And so please read
You
my
need
answer
to
back.
answer my questions, Mr. Abrams.
Please read the answer back.
No, do not read the answer back, Mr. Abrams.
Like the answer to be read
Let's
back.
move on. How many times have you been named in a lawsuit in your individual capacity?
I can't recall.
Have you ever been named in a lawsuit in your individual capacity?
It's a bit suspect to not remember that, no? Yeah, but if he's just a witness, I mean, I think your goal in depositions is to build or take down the credibility of a person who's testifying. So you're looking for, if they're in favor of you, you're looking for a lot of supporting evidence for your case. If they're in opposition to you, then you're looking for inconsistencies or whatever in their story. But if whether or not he's been deposed isn't material, it doesn't matter, whatever. I mean, maybe this does matter, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Maybe his answers would hurt him here. I mean, you're not supposed to lie in a deposition, but.
I think so.
Okay. And when do you think that you were added as a defendant to a lawsuit in your individual capacity?
It may have been, if I get it right, it may have been in the BB matter.
So it's your testimony today, you've been added, you were a defendant in a lawsuit in one matter, and that was the BB matter, is that
Object to
correct?
form.
I think they added me as an individual defendant, and they lost the case that went to jury trial. I think that's my recollection. I don't remember it very well. The man, BB, attacked me in a stairwell and at my garage, and I think he named me individually in that suit, and then he lost that suit. That's my recollection.
Let me ask the question again, Mr. Abrams. Is this BB matter that you're referring to the only time you remember being added as a defendant in a lawsuit?
Object to form.
To my recollection, yes, that's my answer.
And you said the other party was named BB?
Yes.
Okay. Could you, what was the other party's full name?
Sean Beeson. We call him BB. I represented him in a matter where him and his wife were both arrested for DUI. He was thrown in a drunk tank for being belligerent, and he sued the city. And then I put a restraining order on him for 9 months for attacking me in a stairwell. And then he sued, I can't remember if he sued me individually, but I think he did. And then he lost that suit outright at jury verdict. So we're going to move to strike that as irrelevant, object to form, and that it's going to lead to non-discoverable evidence.
Wait, it sounds like he has his own attorney here, right? Why? I mean, I guess, you can do your own objections, I guess, if you want to, right? Could you? I guess. Is there a rule against that? I have no idea, but okay.
Rules of evidence.
Mr. Abrams, you are not allowed to. I am allowed to interrupt you. This is my
he's giving his
deposition,
answer.
sir.
You can't- that's
And
my
you
answer.
need-
This is my answer.
You are not allowed to put objections on the record. You are a witness today. And Mr. Abrams, you are represented by counsel. Your counsel is allowed to put objections on the record. You are not today.
I am a lawyer.
Do you understand that?
I am
Okay.
a lawyer. I don't need a lecture from you who doesn't understand the rules of evidence. Under the rules of evidence, the only thing that can come in under the rules of evidence is truthfulness and untruthfulness. So to the extent that you're trying to disparage me because you have me on videotape and embarrass me for things that you can't bring in, I'm going to raise, move to strike, find it objectionable, and then move for sanctions for harassment under Rule 30D. You can look it up if you don't.
Jesus Christ, okay. It's weird to answer and then object. In a deposition, there's only one type of objection where you don't have to answer. In a deposition, you typically answer all questions. the only reason why you do an objection, because an objection is something that has to be ruled upon by the judge. The judge has to decide if an objection is acceptable or not. So your counsel is supposed to object during the deposition to retain the ability to object if the same question were asked in court. It's to preserve it on the record, basically. But they can still ask questions if they want, I guess.
Know it.
Mr. Abrams, I feel quite confident that if any sanctions are entered in this matter, it's going to be against you.
Objective form.
For continuing to obstruct and not answer any of my questions.
Objective
You
form.
cannot object.
I just did.
You cannot.
I just did. I'm a lawyer. I'm a licensed, unblemished member of the bar. Unblemished. If you laugh at me one more time, we're going to walk out.
We're going to move for 30D3 sanctions.
We're going to move for harassment sanctions against you right now. Okay, you're laughing at us with the videotape that you published on the internet about you and your rock band, and you're going to be laughing at me. And you've moved for sanctions and had them denied every single time in this matter, and the jury should see that too. Every single one has led to no sanction.
Mr. Abrams,
including
are you
the last
aware?
one where we quashed all of your subpoenas. And you asked for attorney's fees and you got no sanction.
Mr. Abrams.
Let's move on. Do you have a question for me? You sued my firm belligerently under the abuse of your law license, where we countersued you. We have a counterclaim against you for abuse of process for misusing your law license. You sued me for fraud, civil conspiracy, not civil conspiracy, conspiracy, which is a criminal act, and so you did that wrong, and aiding and abetting, which is a criminal act, so you did that wrong. Ask me questions about that or I'm leaving.
Mr. Abrams, we're going to be here for a long time today if you do not answer my questions. I just want to let you know that right now.
Object to form.
And put that on the record. Mr. Sullenberger, I'm sorry.
Stop laughing at my lawyer.
This is bizarre.
Stop laughing at my lawyer and stop harassing us.
Listen,
you brought us down here for fraud. Ask us fraud questions.
Mr. Abrams, how many times has your firm been added as a defendant in any lawsuit?
As I can recall, one in the BB matter.
So the BB matter and then this matter as well? Those are the only two times you recall that your firm has been added as a defendant?
Yes, as I recall.
Aside from traffic tickets, have you ever been named in a criminal action?
Objective form.
Objective form and privilege.
One of the most difficult things to get over when you're questioning somebody is the double objection. Because if they object twice, it actually compounds exponentially, not additively. So much more powerful form of objection. Almost as strong last night as when the drunk lady said, what did she say? This is an absolute objection. Another very powerful form of objecting to type of question asked by somebody.
So I assert privilege and need not answer.
What privilege are you asserting, sir?
Attorney-client privilege and
No, just that one.
would,
I prefer not to answer.
under the law, I need not answer that.
What law are you referring to, Mr. Abrams?
I need a law book. And I moved to strike, and I moved for I
lot of motion here. This guy's moving a lot.
moved to strike the question. I refused to answer under privilege, and I moved for a protective order on the question. So certify the question and move on.
You've again not answered my questions. You've made a absolutely baseless assertion of privilege. Are you aware that in a deposition, the proper objections that your lawyer are allowed to make are as to form and as to foundation? If there is a matter that's privileged and your lawyer objects to it on the basis of privilege, he can instruct you not to answer. Otherwise, you need to answer all of the questions that I give to you today. Do you understand that, Mr. Abrams?
He's raising an objection to privilege.
There's a pending question. Could you please read it back?
You can tell this guy's not a trial lawyer. Who? Which one? I have no idea like who's doing good or bad here. This says deposition misconduct by attorney witness. So is this guy the one performing poorly? I have no idea.
What law are you referring to, Mr. Abrams? We can go back. Aside from traffic tickets, have you ever been named in a criminal action?
I don't remember.
So, objection, privilege. Move on.
I think attorney-client privilege, I think, is one of the, I think that might be the only objection, or one where you can do it in a deposition. You don't have to answer the question at all. Most of the objections I think you give for a deposition, you still have to answer the question.
You are not answering the question today. You're refusing
Object to
to
form,
answer it,
object
Mr.
to
Abrams.
privilege.
Move on.
Move on.
It's the answer. Objection, privilege. Move on.
What privilege are you asserting today, Mr. Sullenberger?
Attorney-client privilege. He's already answered the question.
So Mr. Abrams is saying he has an attorney-client privilege over himself being named as a criminal defendant.
Yes.
And the question's intended to harass and annoy. And under 30D3, again, we're going to move for sanctions for repeated conduct like this.
I can't even get through my initial questions here because you are being so obstructionist.
Oh my God. He's the Andrew Wilson of lawyers.
Weak lawyer, but go ahead. You sued me for fraud. Ask me fraud questions. You sued my firm for fraud, aiding and abetting, and conspiracy. You have no evidence. Put something in front of me and we'll answer the questions. You have no...
This is going to be me in a month or whatever when I don't know if we'll do depositions or not. I'm going to try to memorize every one, all of the rules.
Nothing. You have nothing.
Mr.
Put
Abrams,
something in
are
front
you
of me.
aware that Judge Starrs already ruled that there is substantial evidence against your firm that you committed fraud?
Object to form misrepresentation of the
Are you
evidence,
aware?
Mischaracterization. The fact that the judge let you bring your bogus claim against us doesn't mean that it's merit full. Do you have a fraud question for me?
Please answer the question.
He just got asked and answered.
Are you aware?
Yes, I'm aware. Move on.
Mr. Abrams, have you ever been arrested?
Object to form.
This guy was convicted and lost his license, so that's a bad comparison. Well, maybe he was guilty, okay? Doesn't mean he's not based for the deposition, all right?
And privilege, attorney-client.
That's it.
And you're instructing your client not to answer that question on the basis of attorney-client privilege, Mr. Sullenberger.
It's my understanding that Mr. Abrams had an attorney for any issues that may have arisen, and therefore he can assert.
I also don't recall being arrested.
What part of my question asked for any attorney-client privilege?
He's not being deposed.
I don't have to. I objected. I objected to form. I objected for privilege for Mr. Abrams.
I am going to end this deposition now.
Okay.
Mr. Abrams, we're going to continue it while we seek intervention of the special master.
Fine.
It's clear that you are not here to answer any questions
clear that
today,
you're harassing
and
us.
you are refusing to answer
We've
any of the
answered
questions
every question,
today.
read every question back.
Yeah, you have not.
We disagree.
Okay, let's ask a couple more questions. Mr. Abrams, what are the pills that you just took?
Object to form.
None of your business.
Privilege.
What are those other pills?
Object to form. Object to privilege.
None of your business.
Medical privilege. Don't
Mr.
answer.
Abrams, are you under any any drugs today? Have you taken any drugs before you came
Holy
to
shit, his house! Doctor mode!
this deposition today?
No.
Okay. Have you taken any alcohol before you came to this deposition today?
No.
Any medication whatsoever?
No.
No. Just these pills that you're taking here?
Yes.
That you are refusing to answer what they are?
Yes,
Medical
none
privilege.
of your business.
Okay.
But I can tell you that if you took some of these, they would help get some of your weight off. I can tell you that.
Oh, you're referring to when you called me fat when you walked in here.
Object to
I don't recall
form.
that.
You don't recall that? Okay. Well, we have a couple witnesses to that, including Mr. Sullenberger. In any event,
If you want to raise your weight problem, Mr. Ward, with the jury and with the special master, please do. But we're not the ones that are sitting here in that condition.
Mr. Abrams, do you recall the motion to quash the subpoena for your testimony
Yes.
that you filed? And you attempted to quash the subpoena to disallow your deposition to be taken, correct?
Object to form.
I don't recall that. I remember we successfully quashed your bad faith depositions You moved for attorney's fees and you were denied by the special master. That's my recollection, that he found them, that he found them when we told you I would be out of town to, in bad faith, then schedule the deposition to pull me out of my vacation. He found that to be objectionable, and he commended me on taking a vacation under the stresses of this profession. So I remember the special master commending me and quashing you. That's my recollection.
Are you here today pursuant to the subpoena?
Yes.
Okay. So your subpoena didn't get quashed, did it?
Yes, it did.
Sure didn't.
Yes, it did. Argumentative. Move on. What are you laughing at? Why do you keep laughing? What is it with you? Why don't you look at the camera and laugh at them?
Mr. Abrams,
your
testimony is being taken
Just
today.
ask me some questions about fraud, civil conspiracy, and what other trumped up things you did under your license that we're moving for sanctions against you. Do you realize we sued you for abuse of your law license? Do you realize that? And that we're going to continue to sue you for the way that you've been treating in this matter? You have no evidence. If you do, show the jury, put it in front of us, we'll ask questions. You haven't put one document in front of us. Open something up and make this a meaningful deposition, or let me go.
Is there anything else you'd like to say, Mr. Abrams?
Depends on what your next question is.
In the motion that you filed to quash the subpoena, isn't it true that you admitted to the special master that you were in fact in town?
Object to form.
We told the special master in a pleading that I returned at home at 3:30 in the morning on the same day that you scheduled my deposition, and that there was no way I was going to be able to come to the deposition with no sleep. We found
So you were in town at the time, you were in town on the time that you were scheduled to be deposed, but you nevertheless moved to quash.
Asked and answered. Move on.
Mr. Abrams, are you refusing to answer?
Object to form.
Move on.
You don't get to not answer when you object.
Object to form.
Do you understand?
I answered the question, and I even told you what time I returned on the day. What more? Why are you harassing me?
Mr. Abrams,
stop harassing
listen
me.
to my questions. Today, that your job is to listen to my questions and answer your questions under oath. Do you understand?
Judge should ask and answered. Move on.
I'm waiting for your answer, Mr. Abrams.
Her first question was the same question you asked. If we need to go back to the very beginning to ask whether I said I would be here under oath, we can go back and ask the court reporter.
Mr. Abrams, in that motion, you included that Mr. Abrams' anxiety requires him to take medication on extended flights that impairs Mr. Abrams' facilities. Can you please explain what medication you were referring to in your filing?
Object to form medical privilege.
Privilege.
Medical privilege?
Yes. Move on.
What privilege is that?
None of your business.
No right.
No, what medicine I take is none of your business. Move on.
You filed a motion with the special master saying that because of a certain medication that you take, you could not sit for your deposition.
Yes, that medicine's none of your business.
Right.
Move on.
And now
Objection,
you've
privilege.
come into this deposition today with a handful of pills that you refuse to answer questions about what they are.
None of your business. HIPAA protection, privilege. Move on.
We are going to continue this deposition now, Mr. Abrams. You have made it clear you are not willing to answer any of the questions today. You have been objecting. We are going to move for sanctions against you and your firm for your conduct during this deposition, and we will take that up with the special master.
And we'll represent your conduct during this deposition.
Please.
What kind of sanction could this guy face? I think it would just be contempt stuff, right?
Please do.
For the record, since the moment we've walked in here, I and my counsel have answered every single question and rightfully asserted 30D, I think it's
30D3.
For harassment. We've answered every single question. We've asserted privilege where counsel refused to accept privilege. And we've been nothing but harassed under 30D3. We're moving for sanctions.
Is he actually doing anything contemptible? So forum is important for raising an objection or an appeal. People in the real world seem to forget this as well. Like, if a cop is unfairly arresting you, like I always say this, if a cop is doing something unfair, the proper forum to raise that issue is not in front of the cop. You will always lose. It's just not worth it. right? The proper thing to do is to wait for him to get whatever bullshit out of his system, and then wait for I don't know, file a complaint with the police department or get a lawyer and sue if you think you've got a case or something there. But the proper form is incredibly important for a variety of reasons. So my guess is going to be the bad conduct here is it sounds like this guy really doesn't like the questions that the other guy's asking him, and he's being incredibly obstinate and uncooperative as he's answering questions. So if he's refusing to answer all of these questions and he's objecting in kind of like bizarro ways that aren't really legitimate, then my guess is that the court would find this like contemptible because he's not cooperating at all. Especially, and he's an attorney, so he should know better, so he could be sanctioned as well. And I think he did. Somebody said he got disbarred or suspended for 12 months or whatever. Can you give us some context? Nope, I have no idea what this is about. Someone just linked it, said it was good memes. Is this your final look? No, I have to change everything around, but I'm too lazy to, or I'm not too lazy. I don't think I can do it while I'm streaming. Isn't it kind of bad that someone deposing you could ask malicious questions and they've got you on video? Can you block it from being publicly released if you object to things? I'm sure there's something like that that you could do, but I don't know 100%. I'd have to ask or look it up. Oh, Shoe Nice 22. What's up, buddy? Or schizo poster. Okay, Destiny to watch this video. It's more Depot slop.
DBDV-TV
17 years ago. Do they even have lawyers 17 years ago?
now begins its broadcast day. Dum, dum, dum.
Coffee. Oh, cool. We can almost hear it. Well, I fool around sometimes. I do. When a girl seduces me and tells me all of these hot stories and dirty things, and tells me how much she wants to suck on me and takes my shoes off and licks my feet and touches me. When I'm in a limousine, she takes all of her clothes. Takes off all of her clothes. The limo driver said, "What is going on?" She started sucking me on the way to Mr. Kuhn's house, and I thank her. I thank her for making me feel good. Sir, the question was, is this your handwriting? Nice. Okay.
Shouldn't you have got our consent to do that, or what?
Got your
video.
Now, this is noticed according to the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure, and this will be used at trial for the jury to see.
Well,
That's the former LA Clippers owner.
what's your name, Mr. Lawrence?
That's right.
Would you object if I wear a mask over my face? Because I'm not supposed to be videoed by you people whatsoever, okay?
Okay. It's going to be video. It's noticed video.
Would you object if I wear a mask over my face?
If you want to wear a mask, I suppose that's fine.
Okay.
Have you got a mask?
Don't worry about it. I got one.
All right.
Did the judge didn't say that when we went, that he just said to take told us to take this, just do it.
Well, let me tell you, I've been talking to some attorneys. They said that they knew that we didn't have an attorney, and it's really illegal because they should have waited till we had counsel to take the video.
Okay, well, I'm fixing to start the deposition, and y'all can do what you want to. I don't
Okay,
care.
fine.
The judge has already said if you don't give these, he's going to strike you pleading, so whatever you want to do.
And when we get them, I'm gonna file.
Let me know when you're going to start.
Y'all too.
Let me get a little coffee.
Well, they can sign, it's fine with me.
Well, I'm gonna get me a lawyer. I'm gonna sit there right here. If y'all can't get me.
That's fine.
Okay.
Y'all need to ask politely. Y'all rude.
You're the lady with the last deposition, right?
Which last one?
That we had November 87. It was you that was there. You was the reporter.
Probably.
Just answer what you can. I mean, we know that the law firm been harassing us because any insurance company call them anytime we have any kind of claim, they always want to respond to it. So we're aware of that.
You ready?
Mr.
the video deposition of Gidget Lewis, case 8735558, in the 61st Judicial District Court, Harris County, Texas. Alton E. White versus Mutual County.
It's Kanye.
County Mutual Fire Insurance Company, taken at the law offices of Lawrence and Thompson. The date is August 10, 1988. The time is 12:27. At this time, the council will introduce themselves and state any stipulations if desired. Beginning with the defense attorney.
My name is Cliff Lawrence. I represent Defendant National County Mutual Fire Insurance Company in this case, and
Wait, he's the lawyer or is somebody else talking? I can't tell.
we're taking the deposition in accordance with the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure.
You also represent an all-state insurance company, too, and any other insurance claim that we have brought about. You all also contact them, or either you give them information from these previous depositions that we have had before. You also had a deposition November 8, 1987, pertaining to Allstate. You also have had a deposition April of 1988 pertaining to my mother. You also have learned that we were in California, in fact, but you still have did anything about that claim. Put it on record. And also, we were not being represented today. They also knew that we did not have legal counsel, but that I was trying to obtain counsel.
You through?
Mm-hmm.
Have you sworn the witness?
No. Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I sure do.
State your name for the record, please.
Gidget Lewis.
Ms. Lewis, my name is Cliff Lawrence. I represent National County Mutual Fire Insurance Company in a lawsuit that has been brought by Alton E. Moy, Linda Lewis, and Gidget Lewis.
Okay. I said, you know, that's good enough. You know about the accident. So I'm stopping. I don't care. I said it. I'm stopping.
At this point,
I'm
Ms. Lewis,
stopping
are
at
you
this point.
stopping?
She's not refusing to ask anything. She already done finished.
I didn't gave it. I didn't gave you.
Because I wish you would go back to the court and lie. You shut up. I'm sick and tired of you telling me what to do.
Okay, wait just a minute.
You tell me nothing else.
One more outburst like this, we're going to stop the...
I don't get a lawyer because you know what? You're taking this deposition. We don't have a lawyer, and you just running over us. And I'm sick and tired of you run over. And let me tell you something today. I'm going to the Internal Revenue myself, and I'm going to tell them how you fraud and how you do different things and how you make money. You took one case that you represented us, and you have used that case, mister. You have got other business from that case. Now make sure you make documented, because I'm recording what I'm saying. That's how you get your cases, and I bet just like you do this fraud, I wonder how you fraud the Internal Revenue. I want to see your law firm go out of business. I want to see all of them. And let me tell you something. If any way I could make you lose your license, I would. Do you understand that? Because I am sick and tired of you harassing me. The mental anxiety that you have caused me is unpredictable.
I want to get your name and your what's your status right
And
now.
I am fed up with how you all have did me.
And I want to get your address so I can come get you.
things so I can go and get out of here, because I got things I have to do myself.
Well, this deposition is not complete yet.
No, I finished it.
Are you refusing to answer any further
She did
questions?
not refuse.
She didn't answer as much
that you want to use. You go on trickery.
Let's get on the court. I tell you what, why don't you finally get it on the court and let the jury see how you...
This is just 5 minutes of people screaming at them?
I
Or?
want to finish this in court. I agreed to do it in here for a day. I agreed to my knowledge, and you're doing all this mess. So I want to finish mine in court. I want to finish mine in court.
And everything. This is how you have to make up cases.
It did not say that I have to use a deposition and finish, all in here. This deposition don't take 2 and 3 and 5 hours like that, so I'm going to finish mine in court.
Okay. All right, are you...
I'm going to finish it in court. I'm not agreeing not to give it to you. I'm going to finish it in court.
I'll tell you what, have us in court.
I'm going to finish it in court. No, I'm stating no, I'm not stating that. I'm stating that I'm going to finish it in court, regardless today or not. If you go to the courtroom in front of a judge, I will finish it, and I'm not going to finish it no more right now.
You're not going to answer any more questions right now.
She's not going to let you harass her anymore.
Okay, we're going to stop the deposition at because that Miss see, what's your last name?
Lewis.
Ms. Lewis refuses to continue with the deposition.
No, I don't
He did
refuse.
not
I don't
refuse.
refuse it. Don't put that on there. I don't
Tell you need
refuse
some
it.
legal counsel.
That's all I need. I want to
You
have
tell
my
you want
lawyer
some
in
legal
present
counsel.
with me.
That's all right, I got what he said, and you want me to
asked me
Just tell you
No,
not confused.
don't
You
put that on
refuse,
there.
you need
I'm
some
not
legal
refusing
counsel.
it. I don't want to continue it right now.
Stop the deposition. I'm going to stop the deposition at this.
Do they not have like a court, like a transcript? Do they not do that? Or did they not do that a long time ago? Or do they not do it in this venue or whatever? Because like how can the court transcriber like fucking hear anything or record anything with everybody screaming constantly? They don't tell them like, hey, can you do one at a time or?
That's okay, he can long,
I'm going to the lawyer office right
now.
now.
I'm going to the Internal Revenue.
Okay.
I mean, it's utterly useless when 5 people are talking.
Yeah, it's useless. It's useless because
This is how you keep making your money, don't you?
Trying to confuse people and stuff. That's why it's useless.
And she's gonna go along with what he
I don't give a shit what she going on with because, hey, this here is not legal for one thing. Like I said, you should have gave us enough time to get legal counsel.
I'm going to an attorney office soon.
Because this here is not legal.
have Sean 13, I'm gonna
Martha's
you all
Over there with a video.
Okay, I tell you what.
And, hey, you do whatever you want to do.
Do you want to give your deposition?
Do whatever the hell you want to do with the shit because I don't give a
That's the other
damn,
one that
okay?
he had us in February.
Okay, we're going to
I
stop
don't
the
care. Whatever you want to do, you.
Oh no! Is that a light?
Oh, Lord, my head. Mama, see what y'all doing to people around here? Oh, my head, please.
Hold on, call the ambulance, sir. Call the ambulance. Call the ambulance. Call the ambulance. We called them. Stay still. Stay still, baby.
Play it again.
Okay,
He gets up and gets mad way too fast. Jesus, what's this? 3 minutes.
Did you talk to this man sitting next to you before this deposition started?
Yesterday, but he had nothing to do
I
with
didn't
what
ask
you
you
are
that.
currently
Did you
saying. I
talk
said
to
it
him?
though, didn't I?
Did you talk to him, sir? What'd you say?
I said nothing. I said you have a case of incipient verbal diarrhea.
Oh, sir, we're going to see about that.
Well, good.
Did you talk to him yesterday?
Yes.
How long?
About 3 hours.
Talk about this case?
Yes.
Did you tell him the other companies you consulted for?
No.
You're under oath here.
I did not.
We'll see about it. When you were at Monsanto, what was your title?
At Monsanto, what do you mean?
In Texas City.
Research chemist.
And was that your title during your entire stay at Texas City?
Texas City, yes.
Don't talk over each other. After you left Texas City.
Wait a minute, let me ask a question here.
Yeah.
You represent this guy or not?
Who are you?
My name's Tucker, and I represent Ayrshire, and I just want to know, do you represent the guy or not? I'm getting, if you don't represent him, you don't have any right to be making any objection. If you do represent him, tell us so.
Why don't you keep your mouth shut? I'll do what I want.
No, you're not
Hold
going to do
it.
what you want.
Oh, wait.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
That's
I'm gonna
bullshit.
make whatever objections I want to make, and I'll make them as loud as I want to make them. Now, you need to shut your mouth, and we'll keep the record straight.
Don't tell me to shut my mouth, boy. You may be big, but you want to see how bad you are? Come on.
And I wouldn't try that, Ed.
Are you threatening to fight?
Hold on just a second.
Oh, I want to know whose side we're on. We're going to be outnumbered, Ed.
Hold on just a second.
No, you got a big mouth. Now you do. Now, you need to either represent the man or not.
I'm
Not tolerate
representing
it.
Monsanto, and I'm
But
making
you're
an
not-
objection on the record.
Then you're not entitled to be his lawyer then, okay?
I'm not representing the man.
Well,
I'm
you're
making
trying
an
to be.
objection on the
And another
record.
thing,
Don't tell
you
me what
don't.
I'm trying to do.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you something else. You don't run this deposition. You understand?
Neither do you, Joe.
You
Neither
watch and
does
see.
he.
You watch and see who does, big boy.
I'm telling you, Joe.
Oh, you ain't telling me a
I'm
goddamn
gonna make
thing.
whatever objections I want.
You can make your objections and keep
talk
quiet.
as you
See,
want. No,
but
I'm
don't be
not
telling
gonna
another
keep
lawyer
quiet.
to shut up.
Don't be
That
telling
ain't your
me to shut
goddamn
up.
job,
No, that's not
fat
your
boy.
job.
Now
Mr.
get back.
Hairpiece.
Now you've got
As I said before, you have an incipient bad
What do you want to do about it, asshole?
Oh, I'd like to knock you on your ass.
Come
I'm
try
not
it.
gonna do that.
Come over here and try it,
Wait a
you
minute.
dumb son of a bitch.
Come over here. Hold it.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. No way.
Get
Hold
close.
on.
Why don't
Hold on just a second.
His associate are taking Mr. Garrett out in the hall to lecture him, I suppose. They're doing this over our objection. We started this deposition, unable to get an answer from this man.
Okay. Was this any good?
The next question is, who is an example of a pseudo-intellectual in your opinion?
Yeah.
Name drop time.
I had this question on paper. I don't think I can name, or I want to name examples. Because I just said, in a sense, you have to be careful. Like you can't really tell who is a pseudo-intellectual or not. Yeah, I just implicitly did describe Jordan Peterson. But talk with two friends and things like that. And then Angel Peterson keeps coming up.
Why should you wear makeup in the workplace? Isn't that sexually provocative?
He has a legitimate expertise within the field of psychology, but he came to popularity, as you know, at the University of Toronto over the question of gender identity and the use of pronouns.
Okay. Don't care. Please solve this viral debate on if they are cheating or if they are a couple. They def cheating because you only get this kind of passion from a side piece.
Yeah, I know it, motherfucker cheating when I see it, goddammit. These motherfuckers here, you can tell they cheating, goddammit. You can tell they cheating like a motherfucker, but I know two motherfuckers when I see a nigga cheating like a motherfucker. That nigga cheating. Even to go home there wiping name like shit hell. Look at him. He get down. He might as well go on fuck her. Pull your dick out, nigga. Go on fuck her. You goddamn, she got it. That pussy wet. Bitch got an ocean right now. Boy, you can get some pussy if you want to. You tripping. Yeah, I know it. Bitch got.
If you, as a man, believe this, you most likely suck at being a husband. This is a skill issue and a cope. Wow. I mean, it could be like new relationship energy. It could also be they're cheating just because they're like out in a parking lot, but they could also have just started dating and don't live together or something maybe too. I don't know. You need more information, right? You need more information. You just need more information. Yeah, it could just be two people honeymooning. That's my mom, she's cheating. That's me, I'm cheating with his mom. Fuck.
141, thank you.
Jesus. Cops left time.
Hey, good morning. It's a nice car.
Why, in what world, what is the possible combination of variables that would ever make it appropriate to say that as the first thing, unless it legitimately was like a really cool car, like a unique or like a supercar, something cool, like actually, like, oh, true. You know what? There's a great example of a microaggression, unironically, true. Jesus Christ.
Hey, good morning. It's a nice car. Oh, yeah, well, you know, in 2025, women can drive nice cars, you know.
And this is your car?
Yes, officer, it is.
What are you doing in this neighborhood?
There's gotta be, like, the only possible explanation that could ever save this cop is if they got, like, literally a phone call, like 911, reporting a stolen vehicle, middle-aged, older black woman, purple sedan, four-door. Like, I cannot imagine. Oh wait, or is this just like a skit? Is this Is this just like a fake? Is this fake bullshit? This whole channel is fake. Oh, okay, never mind that. This is retarded. Fuck, don't waste my time. I'm pretty sure this was debunked. Okay, that would make more sense. Why would you? Because there's just no world where you. I feel like I'm watching the recruit or the rookie or whatever, one of those like cop drama memes that you get on like your YouTube shorts or Instagram reels, where it's like, oh my god, this white cop is clearly being racist. I think it was a training video. Gotcha. He's in the cop proposal of the FBI agent. Did we watch that on stream before? Oh, same channel. Oh god, does that mean it's all fake? Are all of them fake? Is every cop video we've ever watched fake? Where the cop is doing dumb shit? Oh my god.
Sir? Good. All right. So who are you? Contractor with Southwest Gas.
Is this one fake?
Yeah. Let's step up. No weapons, anything like that? Nah. All right, I'm gonna take you out like this just to check. Okay, go fist that one for me. So you're not like law enforcement, right? Yeah, you a cop. No. Where'd you get this? That's issued to you. Federal Bureau of Investigation badge? No guns, right? No. Inside the car? Yeah. Okay. You're not allowed to have red and blues. Sure. Because then you could easily impersonate a police officer. Sure. That's the reason I have you in cuffs. Okay. So who issued this to you? My former employer. So you used to work for the FBI at one point? I've contracted with the Department of Justice and the FBI. You ever been arrested? No. Never been arrested? Not as an adult, no. You're an investigator. Sure. I'm a contractor for Southwest Gas. I have an FBI badge. Impersonate a federal officer. Oh, wow. He's got a vest back here? Yeah.
What a great... Thank you for cutting this into 60 seconds so it's fucking incoherent slop. Woman demands cop get a ticket. Damn. Wait, what did Artosis get banned for? What the fuck? Best point of view, new meta. Because it's boobs? Is that new?
We watch Mr. Beast. I was like, it reminds me of like, I'll never get to like meet any.
Brother, that is not true. You are so young in your life. You have no idea. And if you work hard enough, you can meet anybody and do anything you want.
Securing Zone A.
No?
They're taking C.
I'm actually kind of cooking now.
Yep.
Nice. I have no idea what happened, but I assume it's because his chat keeps TTSing Mario and Luigi sex stories. Based. Might as well do our connections and time guesser. Oh, did that say 4-day streak? Trash, patch, laptop, bar, refuse, music, compact, desktop, clam, block, tablet, pictures, cream, waffle iron, deny, and spray. These are types of computers. Ugh, just kidding. No, compact. I'm thinking of like some old brand of shit. Wait, I didn't even get one off there? Okay, hold on. You can block something, deny something, refuse, and bar to prevent something. I didn't even get one off for that? Wait, really? The fuck? A waffle iron, a laptop, a clam. Like things that like go whoop. Maybe? Patch wouldn't make sense, right? Hmm. A cream, a spray, a tablet like medications, and a patch. Oh my god, I'm a fucking genius. Purple me, baby. Okay, whatever. Blue, that's okay. All right. This is gonna be like it like folds or some bullshit. A clam, a waffle iron, a laptop. Desktops don't. Compact. A compact. I don't know what the fuck that means. A trash, a music, a pictures. Things that open like a clam. What is a compact? Compact cars? I don't know what that means. Oh, like the little makeup things. Oh, with the mirror in it. Trash, music, pictures, desktop. Folders on a computer, I guess. On a Mac. Okay. Dude, I'm never, ever, ever going to have a run like I had yesterday. It was a generational run. It was a generational run, and I will never, ever, I'll just never have it again. This was really recent this year, right? They, I don't know where the fuck they are, dude. I guess they're in, it looks like a basilica, huh? I don't, sure. Okay, whatever, dude. See what I mean? They're just gonna fuck me, dude. They're just fucking me. They're just fucking me. This is just what we're gonna do today. Great. Nice. Yeah, fuck me over. Fuck me hard. Stupid football shit? What does that mean? Could be Europe or South America or Africa. There you go. Narrowed it down. What do these like building things mean? This shit. Damn, look at that wiring. Oh my god. Okay. I know where we are. I know where we are. And we got a lot of white people too, so. Okay. All right, don't worry. Twitch. They're in San Francisco. There's no way. This isn't like fucking Dubai or I don't even think it's like the Middle East. No way. This is so fucking ancient history, bro. I'm feeling some African bullshit. It's got to be some African bullshit. It's some African bullshit. I wish I knew. I don't know these stupid fucking flags. It's got to be some African bullshit. And so many white people. Makes me want to say South Africa, but not. It doesn't have to be. Also, what the fuck? No. All right. You know what? Oh yeah, near Johannesburg. I have no fucking idea. And last year, good luck. Fuck! It was Morocco. I don't know what the fuck Morocco looks like. We got the year at least. Fuck! Why did they fuck me? I should get a continent bonus. Read the license plates. Where are the license plates at? Where? Oh, these things. Oh, Marrakech. That means Morocco. Thank you. True. I definitely would have known that. Spoiler alert. I wouldn't. It's the capital city of a country I don't give a fuck about, so... What is this, some Greek or Roman shit? What are these guys doing? Holding up some hay? Oh my god, it's Nebraska. It's the Midwest. This is for the cows. I have absolutely no idea. CCCP. Why do I feel like I know that abbreviation? CCCP. No, I don't. I don't know why I'm thinking I'm doing. It's a big gateway, right? What if it was like Istanbul? Because it's like the gateway to the West. Wouldn't that be cool? Fuck. I'm gonna click. I'm gonna guess, and then I'm gonna remember what that means. Wait, no, CCCP. Could that just be years and some fucking Roman numeral bullshit? I have no idea, actually. I have no clue. Constantinople? That's what it was called before, right? I don't know. Okay. All right, we're closing in on a guess. We're closing in on it. It's a lot of white people. I gotcha. I know where we are. Look at these styles. These are men of the 80s, 90s. We're in Athens, 94. Easy. Boom. Fuck. Oh, I just got fucked so fucking hard. A view of the main entrance arch at the Exhibition of Achievements of National Economy in Moscow during the 70s. CCCP is USSR in Russian. That's so cringe. Oh, we saw that in like a Vietnamese thing, didn't we? Like at some communist party or whatever. And Why does Russia build shit like this? This should be in fucking Greekland. All right, don't worry. We're going to hit 2 8K pluses. We're about to hit 2 big 8Ks. Vacation is a gay adventure when you save at Central Savings Bank, 4th Ave at 14th Street. That sounds like a New York City address, right? Do you think? Manhattan Beauty School. That sounds like New York City, right? They're not like baiting me with something stupid. Something like this. This is some old shit. 60, Manhattan Beauty School, 60. Like 1960, maybe? I have to go by the clothes. Oh, we have cars. Fuck. Oh, that weird thing. We real 1930, 26. Just fucking please. Fuck! I should have 30. It wouldn't matter that much. Whatever. It was 7,500. You know what? We'll take a 17. We'll take a 75. We'll take a 75. We'll take a 75. Give me a good 9K-er. Give me a good 9K-er. Oh yeah, I definitely know where this is. Ooh, she mad. I definitely know where this is. Oh my god. Of course, this is the great place. How many big cities could there have been back when we were shooting in black and white? I have absolutely no fucking idea. God damn it. Someplace in Europe? Fucking New Zealand? This is far away. This isn't like Southern California, right? Or California somewhere? What the fuck am I doing? Ooh, there's water and shit. Oh, fuck. Okay, we got black people. Ooh, Hunter Biden, hidden in the shadows. Got this kid. We got white people. We got cities. I don't know. I guess around here. 62, fuck me. Oh my god. South America. Bro, who knows? Who knows and who cares? Oh, of course, it's the Rio de Janeiro. How, duh. Fuck that. This is not even a real continent. You know what? At least we got a 3100. The mountains? Yeah, we have mountains in America too, motherfucker. Okay. Kick.com/Destiny. We'll be there in a bit. I'm going to move stuff around in here. I have nothing else to do for an hour, so. Kick.com/destiny. We'll be here tonight. It's going to be amazing, okay? Be careful. Ripper and a cappuccino, pop channel. See you tonight. Don't die.